All right. Sorry, had to do some shit. Good morning though. I don't think I missed much. The Fed testimony set up. Thanks, Gene. Oh shit. Carl's off work today. The housing market crash will commence at 4 p.m. Eastern time today. Expect 3 GSIBs to fail at approximately 4:15. You've timed it well, Dork. Yields gold Dixie looking spicy. Gold looks pretty cool. Hmm. Flight to bonds seems kind of stupid. We'll see how that goes. Although, might not be a lot of choice before the BTFP closes. Can you let us know what AMD's GM is? Yeah, I could look it up. Huh. That's not it. Hold on. Uh, 213.86. You're still DCAing into Beyond? I'm gonna start at some point today. I haven't actually bought any yet. JPOW jolts Tesla dead same day. Is it Christmas? Maybe. My boss is now an AI certified expert, and I asked him what that means, and he didn't know, but Microsoft certified him for AI. C-Mill, of all the things that you could have picked, you chose jealousy, and it's not a good look, and highlights your insecurities. You can be a prompt engineer too. It's only like a 3-month course. If BTFP is closing, would we still get that chart data? The chart of the BTFP? No. So what does the market want JPOW to say? He's going to have a dozen rate cuts this year? That he's not going to take away their last 3 for being naughty. I don't think I can stream the testimony through Discord, but I can maybe try. I make a lot of soft goods every morning after breakfast. Am I an AI expert? Are you cranking them? I'm jealous he got paid $250 bonus for being certified. He's the first person in the world to make money from AI. Not true. Sam Altman. It's DM'd you the extremely difficult curriculum to get certified. Here's how it works. Watch 4 short tutorial videos, pass a knowledge test, earn a badge for generative AI fundamentals you can share on your LinkedIn profile or resume. Videos included in this training: welcome and introduction to the course, LLM applications, finding success with generative AI, assessing potential risks and challenges. Earn your badge today and share your accomplishment on LinkedIn or your resume. I assume that's directly from Microsoft as well, right? Well, it's been fun doing the stream all this time, guys, but I'm going to go get AI certified and get in front of this cash cow. I did that course and shared it on my LinkedIn. Why is the Mag 7 dumping everything except NVIDIA and Meta? Oh, because hedge funds are selling off all their stocks and letting retail hold the big bags. Isn't this the testimony where JPOW says we don't do fiscal policy 1,000 times? Yes, and it's my favorite one. That was scary. As soon as you said it's been great, YouTube cut to an ad. Tech job market is tough right now. I gotta try to get any advantage. Fair enough. Is this the beginning of the end? Maybe. Soon coming to a LinkedIn near you. John, 53, bus mechanic, AI certified. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so I'm stepping out at 3 p.m. Eastern to go claim ownership of my home. Expect IBKR to shadow ban me the moment I leave. Dork, I'm starting to think that you have a psychological attachment to home ownership that's very unhealthy. But congratulations. BlackRock Global Investment Manager was saying inflation will rebound the end of 2024. Inflation's back up now at the beginning of 2024. I have Stockholm Syndrome with Murphy's Law. It'll be fun to hear him complain about everything he needs to fix 10 minutes after he owns it. It's true. When I was a kid, my house went for cigarettes and never came back. Do you think Dork just wants somewhere he can mount his own swing, and the apartment he was at wouldn't let him put holes in the ceiling? Maybe. But, I mean, that's what Spackle's for, right? There's an uncapped HVAC vent I've got to get fixed. Yeah, but then you're going to find out inside that uncapped HVAC vent is, like, their cat, Timothy, of 17 years, who fell down it, and they couldn't get his body out. And that's like the remainder, his remains are gonna, while you're trying to grab them, are gonna fall into the central fan unit. 7K to remove dead cat. Who names a cat Timothy? People who would sell Dork a house. Dead cat bounce. Puts are a little expensive this AM. I mean, IV's still pretty elevated from where we were like 2 days ago. It'll probably stay elevated through today and tomorrow's testimony. My cat's name is Chairman Meow. It's pretty awesome. We're straddling this, or wait for a direction. I think you've got the wrong idea of the type of options that usually do well on a day like this. Was 5100 a decent support level today? It didn't hold very well yesterday. Well, support levels don't hold very well in pre-market. That's why it's easier to pump in the morning than it is to pump in the middle of the day. And also drop. But intraday, it's quite strong. There's a lot of positioning there. Theta will burn. No zero DTEs until or unless the market picks a direction. Probably best to just not fuck with indexes, right? There's plenty of other shit like Apple just crashing and burning. Oh, it's JPOW time. Are you guys ready? All right, let me see if I can get this through Discord audio. Nah, probably not. Jolt's a bit cool. Yeah. A little bit. Till it gets revised up in 2 hours. Boom. All right, I'll put VIX where QQQ is. And then... Ooh, NVIDIA is just ripping out of the gate. We already tested 890? Jesus fucking Christ. Poll on hawkish or dovish? I think he already, I think the opening statements are released already, which seem to be pretty neutral, which is kind of what I expected, but, yeah, sure. Feels good. My Tesla puts are up 200%, and I have a stop set for 175% profit. Nice, dude. Yeah, Tesla's been dropping pretty hard. This should be the next level of support. And then I think if it loses this, it's just not much for a while. I think the 150 is the next really big level. Yeah, so VN did move up a little bit yesterday, but not a ton. So, I mean, there's still going to be some upside resistance there, just a little bit less of it. Yes, the range opened up about $15 more to the upside. I thought we were about to have the first unanimous poll we've ever seen. Some people are very serious about their Fed speeches. I wonder why it's not starting.
Committee will come to order.
Oh.
Without objection, the chair is authorized
There we go.
to recess the committee at any time. The hearing is titled The Federal
Party
Reserve's
time, guys.
Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. An inventive title we use semi-annually here on the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I will note at the outset that this hearing has a hard stop at 1 p.m., which will be strictly observed. And I see Chairman Powell smile. It's just 3 hours. I'll now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement, and welcome back, Chair Powell. Since you last appeared before the committee in June of 2023, the conversation in Washington surrounding inflation has shifted significantly. To be clear, it's not because the inflationary fire has been extinguished. From the most recent data available, food costs are up 21% since President Biden took office. Energy costs are up nearly 32%. Shelter costs are up more than 19%. And you'll pay 37% more for a dozen eggs in America today. As you stated in January, people are still paying more for the basics of life, and the prices they're paying are still high. Families aren't happy about it, as you know, and as our colleagues know. But according to the Biden administration, many of my Democrat colleagues, they should be thrilled. In an attempt to score political points, many in Washington have decided the best strategy is to tell people what they're feeling isn't actually accurate. They claim Bidenomics has brought down costs, and their partisan so-called American Rescue Plan put our economy back on the right track. Of course, we know the opposite is true, since inflation skyrocketed soon after the American Rescue Plan was enacted, which was predicted by several former Obama administration economic officials. Instead of working to solve the underlying issues causing high prices, the administration has played the blame game, citing corporate greed and so-called shrinkflation. Some Democrats have even trained fire on you, Chair Powell, blaming interest rate hikes, which were necessitated by Democrat spending, for the high cost and brazenly calling you to make cuts prematurely. It's highly inappropriate for lawmakers to attempt to influence monetary policy. Chairman Powell, I have faith that you will not allow politics to cloud your judgment in the fight to tackle inflation. As I have always said, you're a steady hand, and I believe you are committed to the Federal Reserve's independence, as am I. Just as you have rejected the outside pressures of politically motivated agendas, I hope you will be just as attuned to the threats of politicization when the calling is coming from inside the House. Vice Chairman Michael Barr's so-called holistic review of capital requirements and the fatally flawed Basel III endgame proposal represent a concerning trend of partisan proposals taking priority over supervision. This has real-world impacts, as we saw 1 year ago this month when the supervision and regulation arm of the Fed was late catching up to the effects of the acceleration of
We're
interest
going
rates
full
on
political
the
right
banking
off the
system.
bat. We're
Americans
immediately
were
jumping to
understandably
the
shaken by
defense of
last year's
the
banking
banks
turbulence. As
that
we
are
continue to
unable to meet
monitor
the
potential
depository
instability, including
requirements
bank
for
exposure to
Basel
commercial real
III.
estate, it's critical that the Fed keep its eye on the ball. This does not include enacting new, far-reaching, and ultimately harmful regulatory policy, though. As you know, members on both sides of the aisle, on this committee and in Congress, have made clear that the Basel III endgame proposal would be catastrophic for families, communities, and small businesses. Regulators should withdraw it and start over. I think that's the proper course with something as deeply flawed as the current proposal. Additionally, given that other significant proposals would have to fit holistically together, regulators cannot simply proceed with them as separate modules or using a cut and paste approach. Most importantly, as the Basel III endgame proposal is discarded or altered, I strongly urge you and other regulators not to finalize the long-term debt proposal. Instead, Chairman Powell, I would encourage you to stick to the task at hand and follow the data. The stakes are way too high to put politics over sound policy. With that, I yield back, and I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, Chair Powell. While I am pleased by the progress the Fed and the Biden administration have made to tackle inflation, we're not out of the woods yet. In fact, even though my Republican colleagues refuse to acknowledge this fact, housing is still the #1 driver of inflation. Based on the latest data, housing costs continue to make up nearly 70% of overall price increases, outpacing modest wage gains. This means that until we address the underlying housing supply shortage, Americans will continue to pay an increasing share of their income on housing. The affordability crisis will worsen, and inflation will remain too high. With that said, it's hard to understand why Republicans feign concern about the economy when they're unwilling to address the key driver of inflation, housing. In fact,
Mods with
Republicans have only
fingers
put
over
forward
the
legislation
timeout. Too bad
that
Carl's
makes
are
things
covered in
worse for
grease.
millions
We'll
of
slide right off.
Americans,
Dorks are up his
including
ass,
moving
and Gherkin enjoys
legislation
the
to
chaos.
slash
Fluffy
funding
Yosa,
for
the
federal
world's on
housing
his
programs,
shoulders.
including in rural
Fair.
America, where homelessness is rising. This abysmal record on housing is par for the course for Republicans. Since they have been in the majority, they have convened only 6 hearings on housing, on top of launching baseless impeachment efforts, censoring members, and pushing our government to the brink of multiple government shutdowns. It's clear that Republicans are too focused on drama and chaos to deliver anything for the American people. That's not how Democrats roll. When I was chair of the committee during the 116th and 117th Congress, not only did we hold 55 hearings on housing, but I and my fellow Democrats enacted 12 critical housing bills into law in the last Congress alone that helped stymie a tsunami of evictions, foreclosures, and homelessness, keeping millions of people stably housed during and after the pandemic. Unlike Republicans, we don't just talk about the issue. Democrats make law. As House Republicans continue to disappoint, committee Democrats are offering evidence-based solutions to keep a fair and affordable housing agenda at the top priority in Congress. That's why I and my Democratic colleagues reintroduce 3 groundbreaking bills to address the housing crisis and bring down inflation once and for all. This includes Housing Crisis Response Act, the Ending Homelessness Act, and the Down Payment Toward Equity Act. Together, these bills would create nearly 1.4 million affordable, accessible, and resilient homes, reduce housing costs in homelessness, and revive the American dream of home ownership for all. So, when my Republican colleagues are ready to get serious about our nation's economy and inflation, Democrats are ready to work with you to pass the bills into law. In fact, Tomorrow at noon, I, committee Democrats, and more than 30 housing advocates will join together at a press conference to share just how important ending the affordable housing crisis is to the state of our union. And so I invite all of my Republican colleagues who say they care about this issue to come on and join us. I look forward to discussing this critical issue with Chair Powell today. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes Mr. Barr, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy, for 1 minute.
Welcome, Chairman Powell. Runaway inflation and increased interest rates still have Americans reeling. And while the rate of price increases have come down thanks to monetary tightening, the overall level of prices remain high. The toothpaste is out of the tube, and Americans, the average American family, still is paying about $15,000 more for the same goods and services that they were purchasing just 3 years ago before the Biden administration. So Americans have suffered years of eroding purchasing power in their paychecks. And while I'm pleased the Fed is resolved in getting inflation back under control, I'm not pleased by the numerous recent unjustified, politicized, and underanalyzed regulatory proposals. The Fed needs to withdraw and repropose the irredeemably flawed Basel III Endgame proposal, especially given that 97% of public comments across the ideological spectrum expressed disapproval of the proposal. Chair Powell, I urge you to listen to the American people, withdraw the Basel III Endgame proposal, and tell us today what the Fed's plans are moving forward. I yield.
The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy, Mr. Foster, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. And I had a chance to actually read the monetary policy report from cover to cover thanks to an exceptionally long airport delay, again, going back home last weekend. And the feeling I got again and again is that things are fairly well recovered from COVID and getting back to normal, that we're in the range where ordinary monetary policy and fiscal policy will allow us to satisfy your dual mandate. Today, unemployment remains near historic lows. Core PCE inflation is down to 2.8% year over year compared to a peak of 5.6% in 2022. And the major stock indices are hovering around record highs. GDP growth continues to beat expectations, and the U.S. economy has added more than 14 million jobs since President Biden took office. The GDP itself is pretty much back on the trajectory that it would have been pre-COVID. U.S. manufacturers alone have added nearly 800,000 jobs, employing more workers now than any point since 2008. And so my lesson from that is that the fiscal response that we engaged in was appropriately tailored, and the soft landing is within sight. So thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of Jerome Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors. As you know, you'll be recognized for 5 minutes for a summary of an oral presentation of your testimony. Without objection, your written testimony will be made a part of the record. Chair Powell, we're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and
Let's
other members
go.
of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal
I think this is already
Semi-Annual
out. This
Monetary
shouldn't have
Policy
any
Report.
effect.
The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made considerable progress toward these objectives over the past year. While inflation remains above the FOMC's objective of 2%, it has eased substantially, and the slowing in inflation has occurred without a significant increase in unemployment. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals have been moving into better balance. Even so, the committee remains highly attentive to inflation risks and is acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. The FOMC is strongly committed to returning inflation to its 2% objective. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Economic activity expanded at a strong pace over the past year. For 2023 as a whole, gross domestic product increased 3.1%, bolstered by solid consumer demand and improving supply conditions. Activity in the housing sector was subdued over the past year, largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have been weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains relatively tight, but supply and demand conditions have continued to come into better balance. Since the middle of last year, payroll job gains have averaged 239,000 jobs per month, and the unemployment rate has remained near historical lows at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, particularly among individuals aged 25 to 54, and a continued strong pace of immigration. Job vacancies have declined and nominal wage growth has been easing. Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. The strong labor market over the past 2 years has also helped to narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above the FOMC's longer-run goal of 2%. Total personal consumption expenditures prices rose 2.4% over the 12 months ending in January. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%, a notable slowing from 2022 that was widespread across both goods and services prices. Long-term inflation expectations appear to have remained well anchored, as reflected by a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. After significantly tightening the
Dr.
stance of monetary
G78.
policy since early 2022, the FOMC has maintained the target range for the
There's
federal funds
both.
rate at 5.25% to 5.5% since its meeting last July. We've also continued to shrink our balance sheet at a brisk pace and in a predictable manner. A restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. But the economic outlook is uncertain, and ongoing progress toward our 2% objective for inflation is not assured. Reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of progress we've seen in inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the policy rate, we will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
No, you won't.
The committee does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-run inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission.
He's not cutting anything.
We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. And I should have noted this at the outset, but this is your 25th testimony before the U.S. Congress as Chair of the Federal Reserve, and we thank you for your service and your commitment to congressional oversight. Very much appreciated. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purposes of questions. Let's begin with what's top of mind. We have two issues that are top of mind with the Fed: regulatory policy, with the Barr proposal, the Michael Barr proposal on capital, and interest rates. We're in a political year, and the lens of a political year falls heavily on all government, all parts of government. There's a lot of debate about the past 3 years of high inflation and the impact on American families. And now that inflation is receding, there's been a great deal of speculation about when the Fed would cut rates. Some say that it's going to be a lot of rate cutting this year. Some say none. What say you?
I say that really it will depend on the path of the economy. Our focus is on maximum employment and price stability, and the incoming data as they affect the the outlook, and those are the things we'll be looking at. I can go further if you'd like.
Translation,
So what point will the Fed
if
be forced to
Yellen
cut
doesn't
rates?
stop
What
spending
does
money,
the data,
we're
what
not
kind of
cutting
data would you
shit.
point to? And do you have any updates there?
What we've said is that the committee would like to see more data that confirm and make us more confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. We have some confidence of that. Inflation, headline inflation has moved down more than 3 full percentage points now to 2.4%, as I mentioned in my remarks. We want to see a little bit more data so that we can become confident and so that we can take that step of beginning to reduce policy rates. It's a very important step. We think because of the strength in the economy and the strength in the labor market and the progress we've made, we can approach that step carefully and thoughtfully and with greater confidence. And when we reach that confidence, the expectation is we will do so sometime this year. We can then begin dialing back the restriction on our policy.
Well, let's pivot to regulatory policy. Chair Powell, as you know, there have been serious concerns expressed on both sides of the aisle and across America and across industries.
Nope, no one gives a shit except
about the Basel
G-Subs.
III endgame proposal that
Nope.
Vice Chair Michael Barr has proposed and that the Fed is taking up. The concern is on both process, meaning how the proposed rule was developed, analyzed, and released for comment, the general concern of a lack of economic justification for these actions.
Banks take on too much risk.
But also on the substance. The proposal goes much further than the Basel III committee recommended on capital requirements, putting us at a great disadvantage internationally, potentially. So my first question is on substance. Is the Fed listening to these comments that have been nearly unanimous in opposition to this rule? Is the Fed listening to these comments on the impact the rule will have on everyday Americans? And what is the status on rulemaking, and what is the plan moving forward?
I straddled the video.
You're right, we've
like,
received
850
voluminous
yesterday.
and very substantive comments, as well as the quantitative impact study that we put out. We got those responses in mid-January, and we're carefully analyzing them. We had asked for very specific, detailed, data-based comments, and I'm happy to say that we did get that. So we're just now reaching the stage where we can begin to make decisions about how to proceed. We really haven't made any decisions yet, but I think I can say a few things. First, we do hear the concerns, and I do expect that there will be broad and material changes to the proposal. I'll add that I'm confident that the final product will be one that does have broad support both at the Fed and in the broader world. As far as process is concerned, we're really not at the stage of making decisions about that. That's down the road.
I love how he didn't say the banking industry.
The question we get is reproposal, and I will say that we haven't made that decision, but if when we get to that point that turns out to be the appropriate thing, we won't hesitate to do it.
You won't rule that out. You would not rule that out at this stage of the game, reproposal.
Not at all. No, I think it's a very plausible
Not true,
option.
Gherkin. My old mom eating her oatmeal yesterday turned to me and said, "Dearie, why is the Fed going to
And there's a lot of
strangle
concern about the
America
interplay
with Basel
between
III
different parts of the
regulatory
rule.
requirements?"
And if you change one, what does economic analysis look like for the new proposal? So it is good to hear that you'll
I
be
used to
methodical
spend
and the Fed will do its
$7
traditional
every 2
role
weeks on
of
eggs.
building consensus around
Then I got
the substantive
chickens.
changes.
Now I spend
And that
$50
is
every
your
2 weeks
intention.
on feed and bedding.
That is
I blame
right.
inflation.
I said this would be a thoughtful, deliberative process. It's more important
That's
that we get
Obama's
this
fault,
right
right?
than that we do it fast. We understand that. This is an important rulemaking, and it's going to have potential implications for the economy and the people we serve.
People aren't going to
Gotta
like
take our
the
time
stream
to
till
do it
their
right.
options print
Thank you, Chairman
JJS.
Powell. The ranking member, Ms. Waters, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, I want to talk to you about housing, but before I get there, let me address
Why? He
the
has
issue
nothing
of
to do with
mergers.
housing.
Last week, I led a letter along with 15 committee Democrats to you as well as DOJ, OCC, and FDIC, expressing my strong concern about the lack of progress you have made in updating your bank merger review procedures. This is critical now that we just learned of another mega merger involving Capital One and Discover, which would create the 6th largest U.S. commercial bank with a major role in the credit card market. For far too long, experts have raised alarm that there is a rubber stamping process of bank mergers where virtually all applications are approved. All the while, unbridled market consolidation poses great risk to consumers and entrepreneurs. What is the status of your updates to the merger review process? And does the Fed plan to convene public hearings on the Capital One and Discover merger?
So I think
Absolutely fucking not.
I believe we're in regular contact with the Justice Department on what's going on with their review of merger practices. We're looking at that and considering. I think on the potential merger with that you mentioned, we haven't received an application, so there's really not much to say yet. It's early days. When we do get that application, though, we're going to evaluate that merger as always under the factors laid out under the law, and that's our commitment.
So you do believe that your bank merger procedures are ready to do the work that's necessary when you evaluate this possible merger?
I do.
And are you supportive of organizing community hearings on this merger?
We haven't even, I haven't talked about that with anybody. I will say this, we've done that in many large mergers, but that's not a conversation we've had yet. We literally don't even have an application for the merger yet.
Thank you. We'll stay in touch with you on that. So turning to the national affordable housing and homelessness crisis, where we've seen steady increases year after year in home prices and rent costs, which are a symptom of the chronic undersupply of affordable housing. Indeed, more renters and homeowners are now spending more of their income than ever on housing costs. And as you know, housing costs continue to be a primary driver of inflation. Do you think the Fed has sufficiently emphasized the role that housing costs play in keeping us from your 2% inflation goal? Do you think it's reasonable to believe that monetary policy can accomplish this goal without a fiscal policy response? And if you do, how long will it take to get there?
Housing services inflation is one of the three components that we look at that make up the core PCE and, index, and it has been coming down from its heights of a couple years back. It's part of the story. I think the overall story is that goods price inflation has turned negative. Goods prices are actually coming down a bit. Housing services inflation, you can see from currently entered into leases that as leases turn over, the increases are going to be smaller. So in our forecast and in everyone's forecast, housing services inflation comes down.
It's been reported that the methodology used to assess housing costs as an indicator of inflation is imperfect, namely because it considers costs based on both new and old rent, including for owner-occupied housing on a month-to-month basis. This results in stale data since families' housing costs typically do not change unless they move or their lease is up for renewal. So to address these imperfections in the housing cost indicators, the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Cleveland Fed created an improved methodology based solely on new lease rents, which is referred to as new tenant repeat rent index. Has the Fed incorporated this new indicator into its economic assessments? If not, why not? And so, what changes has it had on the level of housing inflation observed by the Fed?
So we're well aware of that, and we do incorporate it into our thinking. As I was starting to mention, that is the reason, the fact that market rents are moving up at a much slower pace is the reason why forecasts are for housing services inflation to come down, and that absolutely plays a role in our thinking.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The Vice Chair, Mr. Barr, I'm sorry.
Wrong Vice Chair.
Wrong Vice Chair. The gentleman from Arkansas, the Vice Chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to welcome you, Chairman Powell, to the committee. We're glad to have you back and your expertise. And I want to pick up where Chairman McHenry left off on his conversation about Basel III Endgame. You made a good point saying you're not taking the whole concept of reproposal off the table as you review the analytics. And you all discussed the interactivity of that rule with other rules. So if you were to repropose the Basel III endgame, would the Federal Reserve delay then the long-term debt proposal that's on the table? In other words, would you agree that the agency should not finalize this long-term debt proposal for bank holding companies until banks have a better understanding of what their capital obligations under Basel III endgame might be?
So we haven't made the first decision yet, so it's hard, I couldn't say definitively. But yeah, that's a question we'd be asking ourselves is what would be the implication for other rules, including the long-term debt?
Well, and is the Fed considering changes to the requirement for regional banks to issue long-term debt? Right now, it's stated to be issued at 6% of risk-weighted assets, in abundance of caution in case there needs to be a resolution, obviously. We know the logic for it. But as I understand it, it's being required at both the holding company level and down at the bank level, and that seems redundant to me. Are you aware of that, and have you considered changing that in your discussions?
Yeah, so that's another area where the comment period ended a little while back, and so once again, we're in the process of evaluating the comments. There will be a thoughtful, deliberative process around that. We welcome comments on these kinds of things. They're very important implications for the banks that are affected. We want to understand the effects, make sure we understand them correctly so that we can evaluate, what a final rule should look like.
Good. Let me turn to the monetary policy outlook. As the chairman noted, consumer prices are 17% higher for American households since President Biden was inaugurated back in January of 21. And yet, in spite of that 17% increase in cost, real wages have actually fallen 2% over that period. So there's no doubt that inflation is the biggest issue facing American households, and in my view, there's three principal causings. Certainly, we had supply disruptions, but we've had unprecedented fiscal policy laxity. You described it in a recent interview as unsustainable.
Cilantro 5 is what I put on
We also
the
think that
tacos.
the Federal Reserve, in my view, and many people on this committee commented, should have reduced accommodation after the pandemic sooner. One of the things coincident with that, which is what I want to talk to you about, is that the FOMC announced in August of 2020 this flexible average inflation targeting framework right in the middle of the pandemic, which many of us didn't understand why the Fed would take that decision then, but it would give you flexibility on the 2%, saying the Fed could allow inflation to rise above 2% and stay there above that level for some time because the Fed had had such challenges in getting the price level to 2%. That was a major shift in the Fed's approach. Do you think, in retrospect of now what we've witnessed over the past 4 years, that that was a mistake in hindsight to change that framework, and is it under review?
So we said we would do a review on a 5-year basis, and that means we'll be starting that review toward the end of this year. So we really haven't started. I do think that the question you raised will be one of the questions we look at, but the bigger question really is that change in the approach was really based on the fact that we'd had very low interest rates and very low inflation for a long period of time, and policy was always very close to the effective lower bound, so there wasn't any firepower for central banks, and so it was a way to keep inflation expectations anchored at 2% and not have them slide down. Now we have entered a different period. The pandemic really may have changed that in a sustained way. We don't know that yet, but that's the big question we'll be asking ourselves is the effective lower bound to be thought of in a different way now? And if it were, that would have ramifications for our framework. But we haven't begun the review yet. It'll begin at the end of this year and probably end late the next year.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now go to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. And I think I'm going to pick up a little bit right where we are. 2019, 2020, the entire world was under the unprecedented pandemic with COVID rate. Is that correct?
Yes.
At the time. And that changed a lot of things with reference because not just for the United States, but for the entire world. And it affected the economies of countries just about on the planet. That's not also correct?
Yes.
And supply chains was disrupted. In fact, I can remember many Americans and people around the world could not get toilet paper or paper towels and some of the basics. And so the prices, because of the, of supply and demand, skyrocketed, causing the inflation, not only in the United States, but basically all over the world. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so therefore, the Fed had to do certain things because of what we were in at that particular time. We couldn't just go back and act like the pandemic wasn't there. We had to do something to try to make sure that we were able to get through the pandemic. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And now we're at that point where we're about to get through this pandemic. And we can look at the rest of the world, what they did or didn't do at that time, but what we did at that time. And as a result of that, 3 years post the pandemic, when you look around the world, I think that you were correct with what you stated, that by most accounts, our economy is doing well. In fact, I would say our economy is doing better than most of the other countries in the world. Would you say that's correct?
That's because we exported our inflation.
And so, I would say then that some of the other countries of the world maybe should have looked at the policies that we put in place thereafter so that they could get out of it, so that they could have a labor market that is strong, where the unemployment rate is near a 50-year low. And as you've stated, inflation is also now coming down faster than any place else on the planet, just about. Is that not correct?
I think that's right, yeah.
And I think that you also recognize a mismatch between the strength of the economy, that's what we're talking about, in the field. And I think that Ranking Member Waters touched on one of those big issues of housing, of which is now, we're still trying to get that under control. And I think the Ranking Member has some ideas on how we can do that, and that may be something that you need to consider so that we can further get down the inflation rate. And the other would be the commodity markets, because the cost of food is too high and people. So that's something else that we need to get in control. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And let me just ask this. Can you say that there's a connection, for example, between conflicts in other areas of the world, like Russia's war against Ukraine and or the turmoil in the Middle East and the economic pressures that the United States feels? Does that not also go into the reason why the cost of commodities can be still higher? Is there a connection therein, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly the war in Ukraine caused commodity prices to move up sharply.
So could you tell you what is the, what would the connection lead you to believe that there is an urgent need for us, I would think, for, and we're running out of time, for us to do everything that is in our power in Congress to support Ukraine, so that we can make sure that and other strategic partners, that we can help the commodities market, and that would help lower the cost of some of the commodities, bringing food prices down, if we would just be able to pass certain things that's going to help Ukraine right here in the United States Congress. Is that correct?
Here's where it gets outside of our jurisdiction. So I wouldn't have an opinion on Ukraine funding.
But if we had more grain that was going through, it wasn't blocked by Russia, things of that nature, that generally just, says that helps bring the cost down. Cost is higher because of the disruption in the Black Sea that's happened because of this war. So that would help bring the cost down.
That's the
that
wrong
is
war.
not necessarily the policies just here in the United States,
I
but
think
that's
he's
the
got the
policy
words
because of what's
confused.
going on in Russia, and we need to make sure that we do something to prevent that if we really are serious about bringing inflation down. Is that not correct?
I think it's correct that a full supply of grain would help with commodity prices.
And so, instead of us playing politics with this and acting like it is your fault or anyone else's fault that we had to go and do what we did because of the unprecedented pandemic, what we did was save the economy then, knowing we got some problems that we had now, and now we are recovering quicker and better than any other country on this planet as a result of your policies and the policies of Joe Biden.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you for testifying today. When you were before this committee a year ago, I cautioned against raising capital requirements on commodity derivatives that our agricultural and energy producers use back home to keep prices of food and power stable for consumers. At the time, You said that was a very specific concern and you weren't sure the proposal would even address commodity derivatives. And in fairness, that was before the Boswell proposal was officially published. Unfortunately, we now know that the proposal does impact commodity derivatives, and in fact, they are among the most penalized financial products that banks offer. And I would note for just a moment, I very much appreciate your comments and responses to Chairman McHenry about the nature of the overall proposal. Congress wanted end users to be able to secure their hedges without posting margin to keep the derivatives markets affordable. But I've seen estimates that some of these types of transactions for end users could face 10 times the capital requirement. Chairman Powell, make me feel a little better. Ease my concerns here. Will you and the Fed work to fix this?
No.
Let me start by saying I want to echo the fact that our commodity markets and our capital markets are a huge national asset, and we need them to be functioning well and with as little friction as possible. I now understand that what you're referring to is the things that were done to increase capital requirements for various kinds of derivative activities. And I'll just say that's an area we're aware of the concerns, and it's an area that we're taking a very close look at.
I appreciate that. I was a member of the Dodd-Frank Conference Committee, where there was bipartisan support to not disadvantage end users, farmers, ranchers, small businesses. This had broad bipartisan support then and still does today. Unfortunately, the Fed could undermine this longstanding work done by Congress. I'd like to enter a few letters into the record, Mr. Chairman, that discuss the detrimental impact to end users. First, a joint Agricultural Trade Association letter from the American Farm Bureau Federation, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, among 7 others. Next, a joint Energy Trade Association letter from the American Gas Association and 4 others. And lastly, a letter from the American Public Power Association and the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I'd now like to focus on how the proposal is set to significantly disincentivize banks from offering clearing services. In Dodd-Frank, Congress mandated central clearing as a way to reduce risk in the system. The number of banks that can clear derivatives for end users has reduced over time, making it harder for end users to find a bank to offer this service. There are some estimates that the Fed's proposal will increase capital for this activity by 80%. I'm worried that this will make it even harder for end users to find a bank to clear their hedges. This also comes at a time when the SEC, our friends at the Securities and Exchange Commission, has just
I thought this
finalized
was
a
about
rule
the
in December that
farmers.
will increase clearing in cost in Treasury markets.
Did you say the quiet part out
This
loud?
will have a real impact on market access and liquidity, not just in commodities, but the $26 trillion Treasury market that plays a critical role in the world economy. Will you work with the CFTC to address this problem?
Again, I'll say that we're aware of those concerns, and we're prepared to work with other agencies and also to make sure that our capital proposal appropriately addresses them.
The strength of central clearing is entirely dependent on banks' willingness to participate, and problems with the Boswell endgame warrant a full reproposal to give us time to appreciate their consequences. And there are real consequences, as you and I both know, Mr. Chairman.
The CFTC won't let me be.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome again, Mr. Powell. It's an honor to have you before us today. I always enjoy hearing your commentary. As you know,
Whoa.
recession
God, I hate it when
and
this guy
inflation, these are buzzwords, and they are used
talks. Just gonna
in
talk so
some
slow.
circumstances to cast a dim light on perhaps the Fed and others who are working to end some of these troubling circumstances we're dealing with. Are you now at a point where you believe that there will not be a recession? There was much talk about recession, and many people worried that we would find ourselves having to negotiate our way out of a recession. What is your position currently on a recession?
So U.S. growth last year was in excess of 3%. What we're seeing so far this year is continued solid growth. My expectation and that of other forecasters and of my colleagues is that we'll see continued growth at a solid pace. I will say, so there's no evidence or no reason to think that the U.S. economy is in or in some kind of short-term risk of falling into recession. Having said that, though, there's always a possibility, a meaningful possibility that an economy will fall into recession. I don't think that possibility, though, is elevated at the current time.
Thank you. I appreciate your saying this because we want to, at some point, eliminate the great deal of fear associated with just the term recession. Next point, the December FOMC projections showcase a slightly lower unemployment rate than last June's projections and slightly higher GDP, suggesting a soft landing remains likely. Are you of the opinion that we're headed to a soft landing, Mr. Powell?
I'll just say that what we've seen so far is an economy that's growing at a solid pace. We're seeing a labor market that is still tight, still strong. Wages are moving up, but the labor market's coming into better balance between supply and demand. And inflation has come down sharply, really, since the middle of last year. So those are the conditions we see. They're very attractive conditions, and we're trying to use our policies to keep that growth going and to keep that labor market strong while also achieving further progress on inflation. That's our goal. And do I think there's a possibility we can achieve all of that while keeping the labor market strong and the economy growing? Yes, I think there is a possibility. Indeed, that is what we're trying to achieve.
A soft landing can be difficult to identify. We could possibly have a soft landing and miss the point at which the landing took place. How do you define the soft landing such that a member of the public, a layperson, would understand that we have indeed had a soft landing?
So we really think about it in the terms I just discussed, which is we want to keep the economy growing, we want the labor market to remain strong. 3.7% unemployment is pretty near 50-year historical lows. And we want inflation to continue to move down closer and closer to that 2% objective. And we've made quite good progress on that over just the past year. So we want to continue those conditions. And I don't want to put the label on it. Other people can do that. But I would just say we're using our tools to keep a strong labor market and strong growth while making further progress on getting inflation down to 2% for the benefit of the public. That's the economy that we're trying to achieve, and I think there's we're on a good path so far to be able to get there.
Well, I concur, but I would ask this as my last question. Will there be some announcement at some point that we've had a soft landing? Because we have people who are continually indicating that we're not having a soft landing, there's a possibility of a recession. So will there ever be some official statement that would give people some comfort?
I don't think by us, no. I think we're just going to keep our heads down and do our jobs and try to deliver what the public is expecting from us. We wouldn't be declaring
Get the
victory.
banner out.
But,
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank
The
you.
gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome back. I think we enjoy this. I hope you do too. I know there's some bit of trepidation about all the
Is this guy trying to
things
hypnotize
that are
JPOW?
available to us and you
Working.
to answer. I learned a long time ago on a campaign trail, every problem can be solved on a campaign. Reality's a little bit different. Welcome back despite all that. Looking at the Monetary Policy Report, March 1st, 2024. And as I review this, I would like to focus on the term that I would say, high prices are here to stay. Because what I've heard you say today in this report really go to is you got everything under control, but we're going to keep the high prices. And I think the high prices really take a toll on the American people, as you're hearing from our colleagues, no matter whether they be Republican or Democrat. Page 7 of your report, you don't have to go focus on it, it says, while current services, core service price inflation has been slowing, but remains elevated. It does. Labor costs, as you know, and energy costs are a driver to your monetary policy. The question that I have is, because you began referencing policy, 2 weeks ago or so, the president announced that he was going to slow down the gifting of opportunities in Texas for natural gas to be able to continue the exploration. And this in Texas is a $1 trillion answer problem to us, because if we do not constantly go find through these new finds, but also through the permitting process, we're in trouble. But we're also putting in trouble our contracts that we have with Germany and a lot of other countries. This is going to mean also that business in America continues to have high prices because, as you know, wages are already high and now energy is high. There's no resiliency to continue this and see the American people win. You talked about policy, so what's your advice to policy about energy and what this administration is doing on a policy perspective?
We have, broad, significant, important responsibilities, but we're really not responsible for energy policy, and we try to avoid commenting on.
But it
things that
has
we're
a
not
huge
responsible for.
impact on this report. It arbitrarily keeps prices high. It arbitrarily means that business is not, while they're making money, and while households, people do buy that, it's diminishing their long-term advantages to make progress. So you're just going to leave that alone?
Really not appropriate for us to comment. On if I'm commenting on energy policy, I should comment on everything.
Well,
we have a mandate which is maximum employment and price stability. We take decisions by the legislature and by the administration as a given. We're not in charge of second guessing them. It's just not our job.
Okay, well, all right, let's say we're not going to second guess them. I will. I believe that the energy policies that this president and the Democratic Party have supported are causing a huge boom in prices.
I used to
staying
be an
high.
oil
It
baron,
will not
and
come
now I'm
down.
an
A
oil
boom
lord.
in attacking the energy industry, jobs that are associated with it, our foreign policy as it relates to contracts that we have signed with foreign countries, giving up the natural gas market almost entirely on a world market to Qatar. It has a huge impact on whether we are going to keep prices high or control these prices. It has a huge impact on, I think, your monetary report about how many houses get built, how many jobs get filled, whether we have jobs in place, whether we continue to have more jobs available than workers that are there, because over-regulation is having a lot to do with the nervousness, not only on this panel, but also by the American people. It would be my hope that you would pass some sort
How's
of a
Oxy
memo
doing?
and tell
They've been
them
doing great.
you have
I
no
think
opinion,
they're
but you
divvy
want
tomorrow.
them to see what the impact is. I want to thank you for
Straight
being
up
here.
since
Thank you,
earnings.
Mr. Chairman.
Earnings
I
were
yield
really
back
good.
my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thanks for being with us today. I have a question, but I want to start by acknowledging, not celebrating, but acknowledging what has been a really remarkable soft landing in our economy. And I'm not celebrating because the American people, consumers, are still feeling the effects of high prices. Wages haven't caught up with prices in some instances. But I think that it would be fair to say that observers would never have predicted the conduct of this economy. You yourself said it in the final press conference of 2023
God, we're
when you said
fucked.
a very high proportion of forecasters predicted very weak growth or a recession. Not only did that not happen, we actually had a very strong year. So I want to acknowledge that and acknowledge your commitment to independent monetary policy. And because I'm still burdened with this idea that truth and facts matter, I want to point out, especially having listened to my good friend Mr. Sessions talk about the energy market, truth and facts matter. We are producing more oil and natural gas today than any other country on the planet. We are the world's #1 energy producer. I could spend my entire 5 minutes sort of pointing out facts. The fact I want to point out here, and this comes right out of the report, is that the premise that inflation is Joe Biden's fault, is fiscal policy's fault, first is faulty because half the fiscal stimulus that occurred in the face of the pandemic happened under the previous president, Donald Trump, and it has faded, and this report makes the case. Core, and I quote from it, core goods prices have been declining as supply bottlenecks ease and import price inflation falls. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want you to comment on that because it gets a little bit political, but I do think it's important that we keep some foot on the plane of facts. I do want to ask you a question, though, Mr. Chairman, because I always worry about risks that we see and risks that we don't see. And I want to use the remainder of my time to talk about a risk you're very conscious of, which is the overhang in the commercial real estate market. As you know, the Financial Stability Oversight Council identified commercial real estate as perhaps the most salient risk to the financial system, $6 trillion roughly in loans, half of that on bank balance sheets. In a 60 Minutes interview a few weeks ago, you characterized distress in the commercial real estate market as sizable but manageable. Do you still feel like that risk is manageable? Do you feel like you've got the visibility and the transparency and the tools to address it? It makes me nervous because this has echoes of 2008, 2009, when vacancy rates were declined relatively rapidly. We're not seeing that right now. So how do you feel? Does that risk continue to be manageable, and do you have the tools to manage it?
Yeah, I would say yes to that. I think it is manageable, and we've been working hard to management for some time now, really. And what it really is it's a lot of downtown real estate where there's too much office supply because of work from home, and also the kind of downtown retail that is no longer as profitable, and things like that are really at the heart of it. So what we've done is we've looked at banks that have significant concentrations, and we've been in touch with them to make sure that they have a plan to deal with that. There will be losses by some banks. It isn't really the big banks, it's really medium and small sized banks that have these higher concentrations. It's going to be with us as a problem we'll be working through, I think, for several years. And the idea is you've got to have enough capital, enough liquidity, and a plan to take the losses that you're probably going to take, and in this space with small, medium-sized.
So let me ask you about that. Sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you about that. Silicon Valley Bank, wild irresponsibility inside the bank, egregious irresponsibility on the part of corporate treasurers who put so much on deposit. The Fed also had some self-examination to do because the examiners and the supervisors of the bank, quite frankly, were not doing what they should have been. So we might be forgiven for being a bit skeptical of claims of being on this. What has changed in the context of Silicon Valley Bank that gives you the confidence that the supervisors and the examiners will be on top of this?
I see it with my own eyes, but I mean, frankly, there's a risk that we would overreact to something as significant as that. It's not like we wouldn't have reacted very, very strongly to what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, and we have. So I know that our supervisors are out there, and we're hearing back from media reports that we have been engaged with medium and small-sized banks principally on this. So I am confident that we're doing the right things there, and I do believe it's a manageable problem. If that changes, then I'll say so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Powell, for being here today. I'd like to associate my remarks, or myself, with Mr. Hill's remarks earlier with regards to FDIC proposed long-term debt requirements that are based on the risk weighting of assets. I think it's an thought-out proposal, and hopefully your position on FSOC, you'll be able to advise them and hopefully guide them that this is going to be held up until we actually get a Basel III rule. In October 2023, the board issued a proposal to update the debit interchange fee cap and regulation II. This is very concerning, given the data from both the GAO and Fed's own studies show that Reg II has significantly harmed access to free checking and other banking services for the country's poorest citizens. Yesterday, I introduced the Secure Payments Act, which would prohibit final rulemaking until the Fed, among other things, studies the impact of the board's proposed rule, completes a quantitative impact analysis specifically as it relates to affordable banking services for low-income Americans, and reports those findings to Congress. I understand the Fed acted here because you feel you are facing litigation, but I urge the board to proceed with extreme caution with any type of price control proposals, especially since the first iteration was so clearly harmful. Chairman Powell, knowing of the hardship caused by this policy on low-income consumers, does it give you any pause to continue down this road?
As you know, this rule is out for comment. We extended the comment period to May 12, so we don't have all the comments yet. We'll evaluate them carefully and make an assessment. I mean, the law does assign us a specific job, which is to assess whether an interchange fee received by a large debit issuer for processing a debit card transaction is reasonable and proportional to issuer costs. This is the obligation that Congress has bestowed upon us. Not something we thought we sought, but that's our obligation under the law, and we don't know what else to do than to keep doing it for as long as that's our assignment. That's all we think we're doing, but I think that the concerns that have been raised will be things that we...
Well, hopefully you'll study this and understand that from the previous types of rules along this line, they were very detrimental to a lot of low-income, middle-income folks. As you know, the price reductions that were promised during the Durbin Amendment, for instance, the added profits actually went to the largest retailers rather than go to the consumers as they were talked about. 98% was one of the studies that showed that the retailers kept all the money instead of lowering prices as they were telling us they were going to happen. So I'm very concerned about that. So what's the legal basis for updating your regulation? You've talked about it a little bit. You believe that there is something in the law that says that you need to be doing this updating all the time, or should you be studying it before you actually propose a rule and make all these things more appropriate?
Well, again, I think our reading of the law is that it's not something you do once and leave it there. It's supposed to be reasonable and proportional to certain identified issuer costs. The implication being there, if those costs change, then this should change. So that's our reading. I think we do a lot of work. We waited a long time to change it. It's been many years since we did change it, but we do quite a bit of work to make this assessment, and we'll review the comments and the data that we get.
One of the things I hope that you consider is the fact that even though it's supposed to be on $10 billion and up, stuff all rolls downhill, and as the last study showed, the smaller banks, the community banks, are also feeling effects of this. So be sure and consider that when you start talking and thinking about this. I appreciate that. One of the things, yesterday I had two different foreign banker CEOs in my office, and one of them brought up the subject to me, which is very concerning with regards to artificial intelligence being able to impact financial institutions in this country and our banking system. And I tell people, I said, think about this for a second. You find some individual who is a well-known individual, perhaps Larry Kudlow, Dave Ramsey, Bloomberg, somebody who has got credibility, and suddenly you see an artificially produced advertisement or Facebook post, and this person says, look here, we've got 100 banks that have got a problem today. Now, that individual didn't do this. It's artificially produced. I've seen a commercial already with individual. You couldn't tell the difference between that individual and the real thing. We have just come through the Silicon Valley situation. And if you have real-time payments, FedNow, where you can instantaneously transfer money, and you have people scared to death by some well-known individual through an artificial intelligence situation, and I can tell you that China is watching this like a hawk. They are ready to pounce on this situation. To me, I've got some bills that actually would solve the problem. Do you think there's some issues here we need to take a look at?
Yeah, I think we're very focused on AI, many government agencies and law enforcement agencies in particular, it's very challenging. You paint one picture, there are lots of pictures.
Gentleman's time's expired.
It's interesting
now
because the
very
foreign
Gentleman's
banks
time's
actually are watching
expired.
this. Thank you.
We'll now go to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thank you for being with us this morning. It's always a delight to have
Bingo.
you before us. Chair Powell, the February Congressional Budget Office report estimated that the U.S. economy will grow an estimated $7 trillion over the next decade, thanks to, in large part, to the surge in immigration, creating a larger labor force. Immigration also increases demand for goods and services. I know you mentioned in your report that that the growth sometime during COVID was held down due to some restrictions in COVID and restrictions on immigration. Can you detail how immigrants have been fueling our national growth? And did you consider this report from the CBO in this current report?
So I am very familiar with the CBO report. I've read the demographic projections and I've read the economic projections, so I do understand what they did. And
So you do agree with a $7 trillion growth in the next decade?
I have no judgment on that. I haven't tried to make a parallel assessment, but I'm familiar with the assessment. What they're doing is they're saying more people working, bigger economy. And it makes the economy bigger. It's just arithmetic. If you say that if you add a couple million people to an economy, and a percentage of them will work, then there will be more output, and that's what they're showing. I just want to be very, very clear, though, that we don't make immigration policy. We don't comment on immigration policy indirectly or directly.
No, well, I'm not asking you to do that, but, Mr. Chairman, I'm simply asking if you agree that the immigration surge has added to our strong labor force, which is necessary. I think you said that we expect a continued growth at a solid pace. So to be able to continue on a solid pace, then we need that labor force. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, so last year we got a big increase in workers, and it came from two sources. One was participation increased from people who were already here, and in addition, we got a significant increase in immigration, and many of those people take part in the working economy, and so there was a big increase in labor supply. That will have increased output. It will have made more people. It will have all kinds of economic effects. I'm just reporting the facts there.
Right.
I'm not going to say anything is needed for the future or good policy or indirectly or directly, but I mean, I think it's just reporting the facts to say that immigration and labor force participation both contributed to the very strong economic output growth that we had last year.
Right. Is it possible for the Fed to conduct a formal assessment into the positive impact immigrants have on our economy and report back to Congress?
Not really, no. I think that's a job for the CBO. We don't, that's precisely what the Congressional Budget Office does, not what we do.
All right, but the other question that you've not addressed is, did you consider the CBO's assessment that the growth in the next 10 years would be $7 trillion and about $1 trillion in added revenues? Was that considered in this report? Because that was the February report, and this, I believe, is through February 29th.
So I think that the answer to your question is 10-year growth projections by CBO don't have big implications. They don't have any implications really for the current stance of monetary policy. But I will say that the immigration that we saw was a notable factor of the 2023 and 2024 economic outcomes. And of course, we're aware of that, and it plays a role in our thinking about appropriate policy and the path of the economy.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And related to that, I know that the last time that you were here, you and I talked about diversity and diversity and inclusion efforts, both at the Fed, and I applauded you and applauded the president for his appointment of Dr. Adriana Kubler. I expect to visit with her this week. What other strategies and programs are you using in the Fed, not only in here, but in all the branches to ensure that there is diversity and inclusion?
So in
No,
terms of
they haven't
intake
said-
of people, when we
They
go to
haven't said
hire
Latino
when the
representation
reserve
yet.
banks go to hire a new president, those processes are very focused on having a diverse applicant pool, and you see the results of that more and more over the years. That happens. We don't have any role in appointments of governors, so that's not our job. The administration does that. In terms of, I'll just say internally, we're very focused on having an open and inclusive place to work. And also in hiring, we work hard to have diverse.
Gentlelady's time's
Thank you.
expired. The
Thank you, Mr.
gentleman from
Chairman.
Michigan, Mr. Heising, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, good to see you in person. Mr. Chairman, I've got to make a comment here. It's stunning to me that equating an underground economy, which is very different than, and not a healthy alternative to the regular economy, and basing that on an illegal workforce that's not legally able to work, ultimately will fail. That is not a strategy to my colleagues on the other side. So just ask any farmer who's going to then have a regulator come in and fine them for employing people who are not legally allowed to be here in the country. That is one of their greatest fears. So that's just a fallacy of growth within this economy that is not sustainable. Chair Powell, last fall I sent Vice Chairman Barr a letter expressing my concern over the cumulative impact pending rulemakings governing products and services will have on consumers. This morning, there's been a fair amount of time spent on Basel III,
Jesus
but
fuck,
among the
they're now
agencies,
arguing about
including the Fed,
farmers.
FDIC,
Yep.
OCC, CFPB, and the number of pending or final rules is frankly just staggering. Regulators last year finalized new rules for the Community Reinvestment Act. The Fed is also looking at Reg II, which in my opinion would unintentionally undermine recent significant progress in bringing low and moderate income consumers into the mainstream banking system. And just yesterday, the CFPB unveiled a rule that would cap late fees for banks. And I just literally walked out of a meeting with my credit unions who are very concerned about those things that may be in their future as well. So I think it's critical that we don't look at any of these rules in a vacuum, and we need to consider their total impact and full scope on that. So I'm going to ask you a question I've asked some of the other regulators. How much do you, as the Fed, and you personally, consult with other agencies on their own rulemaking agenda? Do you coordinate? Do you talk?
I don't lead that area of our business, but I know there's a lot of talking. Coordination, I'm not sure there is coordination.
We're in government. There's always a lot of talking. I'm
much
concerned about the
shortage.
coordinating. All right, well, let me ask you this way. When a rule is finalized under another regulator, are you mandated or have any kind of policy to go back and look at your other pending rules under your purview and see if changes need to be made because of these other agencies' rule makings?
There's no mandate like that. I think where it made sense to do that, though, we would do it.
But you genuinely have some sort of review of that. It's conscious.
I don't think there is a formal review.
Okay.
No.
I've heard repeatedly that elements of Basel III overlap with the Fed's annual stress tests. What are you going to do to address that overlap?
So we're in the middle of just at the beginning, actually, of deciding what to do about Basel III. And part of that may be the interaction with the stress test. So I haven't got anything for you on that today, but that's certainly an issue that presents itself.
We'd like to continue that conversation. I do want to touch on the bank failures of last year very quickly. Do you think that the banks that ultimately needed the government bailout lacked sufficient capital, or was it more of a management problem?
So with Silicon Valley Bank, it wasn't really, could they have used more capital? I mean, they were actually raising capital. It was a capital raise that they announced that triggered the run and everything. So you can argue that it needed more capital, but I wouldn't say that that was the proximate cause, really. It was a funding structure that was all about too much concentration of
Well, many of us are, I'm asking the question because many of us are very concerned that those failures are being used as an excuse to raise capital standards across the board. And because the SEC just released its climate disclosure rule this morning, I'm going to touch on the climate-related question for you. FSOC, the FSOC chair has repeatedly stated that climate change is, quote, an existential threat, presumably a threat that is existential, affects banks and financial institutions of all sizes, why then have FSOC member regulatory agencies, including the Fed, limited their guidance
I'm
on
counting him as a
climate-related
climate
risks
protester.
only to large financial institutions? Why not everybody?
Well, it's a new thing, and, we are
It's
not,
a heck of a new thing, yes.
we're not climate change policymakers. It's, this is
Either is
something
the
that needs to
SEC,
be
I might
handled
add.
by elected representatives, and so we're starting this very carefully with large institutions who are already doing it, by the way. The things that we're doing, they're doing this because to remain active internationally, they have to be doing it. So we started with them because they understand it. Imposing it on smaller banks, it's not something I'm for.
Yep.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We'll
The
be
gentleman-
following up on the Taylor rules.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here. Do you agree with the April Federal Reserve report that compensation incentives contributed to Silicon Valley's bank failure?
I'm sorry, did I didn't
So the April Federal Reserve report, it said that compensation incentives contributed to the Silicon Valley bank's failure. Do you agree with that?
I would say it's at best a tertiary factor, but it probably had something to do with it. For me, not a major.
So that's no?
That's very small.
Okay, so it did, okay. So do you agree the appropriate rules on incentive compensation could have reduced the likelihood of Silicon Valley's failure? Maybe? If they didn't take all
No,
that
I
money.
really don't think so. I mean,
So if
I
they
don't
didn't
think
take all
it's
that money?
I don't think it's a first-order question for Silicon Valley. A lot went wrong there.
Yeah.
Incentive comp would be
They actually blame
way
you
down the
guys.
list.
They
Sorry?
blame the oversight, even though they didn't respond to your
That's part of it.
correspondences.
We took our medicine.
Yeah. Do you think it also has something to do with the fact that Section 956 of
did
the
say
Dodd-Frank
tertiary,
rule hasn't
yeah.
been finalized by you?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's the reason?
I don't.
You don't think it's because people made money off of the failure?
I think nothing.
You don't think money drove them to do what they did?
I didn't say that. What I said, there are lots
So
of.
they made money from it. They actually, it was a lottery
I
for
do not
them,
think
right?
that incentive compensation arrangements were at the heart of the Silicon Valley Bank failure. No.
Okay. Do you support a robust rulemaking for executive compensation, Chairman?
I know that the.
Oh, you don't?
I'm sorry?
Oh, do you support robust rulemaking for executive compensation? Do you believe in Section 956?
Section 956 is the law. As I understand it, the agencies are looking at doing something. It's been 12 or 13 years, right?
Yeah, multiple
Nothing has
agencies.
happened.
Yeah.
It's been hard to get it done. I lived through the last episodes of trying
Yeah.
to get it done.
So do you believe in a robust
I
rulemaking
believe-
process for executive compensation?
I do, yeah.
Oh, great. Oh, that's awesome. Will you commit to helping finalize the Dodd-Frank section of 956 this year?
I wouldn't
It's been
say-
12 years, Chairman.
Yeah, no, I want.
It played a role in the bank failure, Chairman.
If I can answer, what I would like to do is
So you don't want to do it this year? I mean, I'm being serious. You're saying no?
If the member will allow the witness to answer the question, we've had a good day today, and the gentleman's trying to answer the question.
I would like to understand the problem we're solving, and then I would like to see a proposal that addresses that problem.
Okay. Do you believe people should profit off of bank failure? The executives that made those decisions?
No, not the
They should not
executives.
profit.
Well, I would say executives who are responsible for a failed bank should not profit from the failure. Absolutely not.
So they get to walk away with compensation based on their failure?
Well, you're asking,
true,
you're
it
asking about
happened.
a different rule that would have clawback and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something I know you've been looking at for a while.
Yeah.
That's certainly an appropriate thing to look at.
Yeah, because it's just going to continue to happen, is my opinion. It doesn't have to be yours, but it sure the heck could have helped here if they knew they were going to walk away, if they could walk away with not the bonuses, the compensation.
She will
I mean,
not
they made
live
money,
for another week.
significant amount of money
It's ridiculous.
for their bank failure. Last question, Chair Powell. Do you believe that the impacts of climate change pose a risk? Have you been talking about that more?
I certainly believe that climate change is real and poses risks over the longer term, sure.
So there have been some that say, you know, higher interest rates.
Matt James, welcome to Zillionaire. I can't play a
Actually
song
makes
right
it more
now,
difficult to build
hit
out
me
the
up on the
renewable
Discord
energy
if you need me to get you
projects
added
and
after
other
the
investments
stream.
required to prevent climate impacts. Do you believe that to be true?
You know, it's not our, I believe that we need to do our job that you've assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability, and we do it through interest rates. It's not our job to consider the effect on climate change of that, and I think any effect on climate change of that would be kind of minuscule.
Okay. Last question, Chair Powell, who do you see as the major winners and losers from high interest rates in terms of income groups, age groups, and racial or other demographics?
So the point of high interest rates in the current environment is to bring inflation under control. The people who are hurt the most by inflation, as you know, are people who are on a fixed income, who right away are in trouble when the cost of transportation, food, energy, and when those things go up, they don't have financial resources to deal with it.
Have you
We're
looked at
accountable to provide price stability to the American people. Those people benefit the most over time from stable prices.
Gentlelady's time's expired. We'll go to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Chair Powell, for your service. I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Mr. Himes. I am concerned about banks' commercial real estate exposure, and I do hope that the Fed is doing everything it can to ensure that the exposure that these banks have will continue to be, in your words, manageable, because this is a looming crisis out there, given the workplace changes and dynamics. Chair Powell, in remarks on Bloomberg, Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary during the Obama administration, stated that, and I quote, "It would be much more productive for our central bank to be focused on the question of real estate portfolios in the banks they supervise than, quote, some of the more abstract and politically driven arguments about various kinds of capital charges on the largest banks." Do you agree, sir, that it would be more productive for Fed supervisors and regulators to keep their eye on the ball, in this case, commercial real estate and other real estate investments?
I absolutely think we need to keep our eye on the ball on commercial real estate, and I think we're doing that.
I hope so. According to your semi-annual report, the median of members on your Monetary Policy Committee estimate that your target overnight interest rate will average 4.1% in 2024. Does that mean that the median number of members anticipate that you will be cutting interest rates sometime this year by as much or more than a full percentage point?
No, it doesn't mean that. Actually, the Summary of Economic Projection showed a median of, this is in the December FOMC, so this is now 3 months old, showed 3 rate cuts this year. So that would be 75 basis points, 3/4 of 1 percentage point. You were quoting the next year's number, so you would add that on. That was through 2025, I believe.
So are you anticipating that there would be more cuts here coming?
It's not, the way I would say it is, we're making economic projections. And so we write down a path of growth, what's happening in the labor market, what happens with inflation, and what goes with those forecasts is an appropriate monetary policy, appropriate interest rates. So we expect inflation to come down, the economy to keep growing, the labor market to remain strong. And if that's the case, it will be appropriate for interest rates to come down.
Did we get a climate change
significantly
protester
over the coming years.
in the form of Congress
What will really
people
happen, though, it's not a plan. What will happen
protesting
is
climate
actually
change?
what the economy needs. The economy will do something different from that, and that's what will actually happen.
Chairman Powell, 15 members of Congress, including myself, Ranking Member Sherman, Chairman Barr, and Ranking Member Foster, sent a letter to the prudential regulators regarding the impact that Basel will have on U.S. capital markets activities. The letter highlighted critical areas of our U.S. markets, including securities underwriting, securitization, and derivatives that will be severely impacted by the Basel proposal. This was also a common theme represented throughout the comment file on the Basel proposal, over 95% of them. Considering that 75% of financing in the U.S. is done through our capital markets, which are the deepest and most liquid in the world, why would the Fed continue to pursue this flawed proposal instead of re-proposing a rule that would not have such a drastic impact on the U.S. economy?
Well, in fact, the capital markets concerns you raised are among those that I raised myself in our open board meeting when we put this out for comment.
And you said you wanted broad support, and obviously there is dissent among some of your governors, the FDIC, others. So how are we coming on this, and how are we
we're working our way through the comments, and we're coming to the point where it'll be appropriate for us to begin to evaluate what changes are appropriate. I've said I think those changes will be broad and material, and that's where that is. But we haven't made any decisions yet. We just got the comments.
In my role as chairman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, I have seen SEC Chair Gensler push the envelope in terms of rules and regulations that go well beyond the congressional mandate, even encroaching on the jurisdiction of other financial regulators. What is the Fed's response to another agency encroaching on its jurisdiction?
We do not comment on other agencies' regulation. However, if they were actually, to take your hypothetical at face value, if they were to come into our jurisdiction.
Oh, it's more than a hypothetical.
And we would react.
Good. Well, I hope you do. I yield back.
Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for being here, Chairman Powell. Property insurance rates are becoming prohibitively expensive or inaccessible for homeowners and developers in my community. The FSOC's annual report identifies property insurance rates as an increasing risk, and I recently raised this issue with Secretary Yellen. Is the Fed monitoring the rising cost of insurance and its impact on macroeconomic?
Oh.
Well, if we'll pause the clock, you can have staff take a look at the microphone. The clock being frozen is out of respect for Ms. Velasquez, or out of good luck, I'm not sure.
The clock.
But we'll get staff to listen. We'll just suspend for a moment.
We need to invest in infrastructure for this committee.
Yes. Well, we're trying to do electronic voting, and
This is not voting.
no, it's hard enough to just get the microphones to work. Madam Clerk, thank you. Thanks. So all the photographers have left, so the awkward photos for Trish will be less awkward. Good. Any luck?
How's positioning going since we're quiet here? Not a lot of
Getting a new mic.
changes. There's more
May not be better, but
calls
it's
at
a different
45.15. I would say things have skewed a slightly more bullish, but that's been coming down over the last like
Let's just restore
30 minutes. So it's still very just neutral. And now we're starting to get like a little reversal in momentum. This is usually what happens as you get like a long period of upward chop and then downward chop and then upward chop again until the hearing is over, and then it'll pick a direction. I would say that the direction it picks after the hearing right now is probably going to be slightly more tuned to the bull side, but still plenty of time for shit to be said.
Oh, this one's back. Now this one's back. Okay, great. Doesn't want to be replaced. Okay. So.
All right, we'll start over. We're going to restore the clock. Thanks for members' indulgence. Ms. Velasquez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was asking you about the property insurance rates are becoming prohibitively expensive or inaccessible for homeowners and developers in our community. The FSOC's annual report identifies property insurance rates as an increasing risk, and I recently raised this issue with Secretary Yellen. Is the Fed monitoring the rising cost of insurance and its impact on macroeconomy?
So yes, we are very much aware of increases in insurance, including property insurance, and it's been adding meaningfully to inflation. It's not something we have any control or authority over. Same is true of auto insurance. They're just insurance generally prices have gone up a lot.
So when we talk about the lack of affordability when it comes to housing, the insurance, the rising cost of insurance is an important factor that is affecting the availability of affordable housing in our communities. And I hope that there are some discussions among the Fed because it is an increasing risk.
New York.
And it's going to have a direct impact on our economy. Chairman Powell, I know you spoke with Chairman McHenry a little bit on inflation and interest rates. Can you explain what evidence you're looking for before inflation has returned to 2% and interest rates can be cut?
Sure. So we're not looking for inflation to go all the way down to 2%. That's not what we're looking for. What we want is just more evidence that will give us more confidence that inflation is on a path down to 2% sustainably. So that will come in the form of good inflation readings, really. We want to see, just a bit more evidence so that we can be confident. We don't want to have a situation where it turns out that the 6 months of good inflation data we had last year that didn't turn out to be an accurate signal of where underlying inflation is. So we're just being careful, and because the economy is so strong and the labor market's so strong, we think we can and should be careful as we approach that decision.
And when you say evidence, what evidence? If there's anything?
So just more, we'd like to see more good, relatively low inflation readings. We're not looking for better inflation readings than we've had. We're just looking for more of them. And what will happen is, that as we go forward, the 12-month inflation will continue to drop because it'll be lower than early last year.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to pick up on where Ms. Tlaib left off and reiterate the importance of the rulemaking on Section 956. This is an issue that I also raised with Vice Chair Barr, Chairman Grunberg, Acting Comptroller Sue, and I told them when they came before this committee that I would be asking for a status update on the rulemaking at every future hearing because it's well past time, 12, 13, 14 years. If you are employed in a company and you are given a task,
that's not ideal.
I would think that you will be fired
the European economy is
if you don't get it done, and it has taken 12 long years. So you are the chairman of the Fed. How is the Fed working with other agencies to propose
a lot of European?
So there's a lot going on in regulation at the Fed right now. My understanding on 956 is that there have been discussions between the regulatory agencies, and I think it's not 3, I think it's more like 6 agencies that have to agree.
I know.
I have not seen a proposal. I think something is under consideration, but it's not something that's gotten to me yet.
I will ask the next time, and believe me, I'll be here.
Great.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Wait,
Mr. Barr is now
did she say
recognized for
Latino
5
representation?
Mr. Chairman, good to see you. You have said numerous times that the capital framework is about right and that banks are well capitalized. Do you still believe this?
I do.
Given that you believe that, and given the fact that the Basel III Endgame proposal dramatically increases capital requirements on banks, would a reproposal that implemented Basel III in a capital neutral way, could it do so without jeopardizing financial stability?
Could. I mean, hypothetically, yeah.
Okay. According to Latham and Watkins, 97% of the comment letters either opposed, called for a reproposal, or expressed substantial concerns about the Basel III endgame proposal.
I have a pretty
And those
good
negative comments
understanding of
came
Swiss
from across
inflation.
the ideological spectrum and from various interests.
It
Without
also has to
objection,
do with
I would ask the chair
where a lot
to,
of your GDP
include
comes from,
that
but
report into the record.
you're not completely insulated.
Without objection, I'd ask the chair to
from,
include that report.
Without objection.
Your
Thank
local
you.
economies.
And, Mr. Chairman, did you see that report?
I did.
Does that concern you, that 97% of the comments were negative?
So we didn't do our own count, so I can't make an assessment, but I would say it's unlike anything I've seen.
Beginning to think JPOW is
Basel
just
III,
delusional.
the Basel III comment period ended on the same day as the Fed's
he's
data
just
collection
avoiding
on the
upsetting
proposal,
the apple
which is
cart
an odd
in a
process since the
forum
data
that's,
should have been
really
collected
not
far earlier, analyzed,
friendly,
and the results
right?
should have been available for the public to comment on
One second.
before the
I'm
comment
gonna grab
period
a sandwich.
ended.
I'll be right back.
Why did the Federal Reserve choose to do a quantitative impact study during the comment period for the proposal, foreclosing any ability by the public to comment on the results of the study?
Well, the movie's not over. We are where we are, and Vice Chair Barr did commit to putting the QIS out for comment. We will receive those comments, and those comments will be taken into consideration as we think about the path ahead.
Well, speaking of process, you've got your excellent general counsel right behind you there. And I don't want to get into privilege here, but have the lawyers at the Fed raised any process concerns or Administrative Procedure Act issues with the board?
Let me just say that we're committed to doing transparent and reasonable and data-based rulemaking in compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act.
Well, of course, giving the public the ability to comment on the quantitative data that has been provided obviously is consistent with good process. Sir, Governors Bowman and Waller, Vice Chair Hill, and Director McKernan all dissented on the proposal, and Vice Chair Jefferson expressed concerns with it during his statement. Under your tenure as chair, can you identify any other regulatory proposal which has elicited this much dissent?
No.
Have you in the past acknowledged in front of this committee that you will not move forward with proposals without consensus? Or you have acknowledged that in the past, and we appreciate that commitment to consensus. Have you achieved consensus yet on the Basel proposal?
Let me say I am confident that we will, but that's a process that as I mentioned, we're evaluating the comments. We're just coming to the place where we're going to start talking about the path ahead. And I am confident that we'll achieve very broad support on the board.
Mr. Chairman, do you agree that the heterogeneity and business model diversity within the banking sector contributes to system-wide financial stability?
I strongly do.
And do you agree that a concentrated business model in the banking sector would present a potentially systemic risk?
Potentially, yeah.
And this is one of my major concerns with the proposal, Mr. Chairman, because by de facto repealing regulatory tailoring, subjecting Category 3 and 4 regional banks to one-size-fits-all standards that currently only apply to large GSIBs, discouraging securitization, which is the private sector solution for dispersing risk, eliminating the use of internal risk models and transitioning the industry and regulators toward only a standardized framework, actually would push the industry into a smaller and more concentrated looking industry, and as a result would, in my view, actually increase systemic risk and decrease market competition. Do you share that concern?
I think it's a real concern. And again, I think that's part of what goes into my thinking, certainly about the proposal and where it needs to go.
Well, given all of these concerns, we hope that you can commit to reproposing the Basel III endgame, and we strongly urge you to take that into consideration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I
Gentleman from
appreciate the
Massachusetts,
time.
Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. Good to see you again. I want to go a little deeper into the commercial real estate issue and the potential impact on regional banks. This morning, Scott Rector, who's a member of the New York Fed Board of Directors, released a white paper on CNBC this morning describing the trillions of dollars in commercial real estate loans that will come due over the next couple of years. He described it as a, quote, slow-moving train wreck, close quote, and for our regional banks. He went on to predict that it will force a little over 500 banks, thereabouts, to either fail or consolidate. He also described what he termed as a doom loop where, similar to Silicon Valley Bank, when people lose confidence, when depositors lose confidence in the bank, they pull their money out and we end up in a bad situation. Now, I don't believe everything that I read or hear, but in Congress we do tend to repeat it. And I just wanted to get a sense from you. I am seeing in my own city of Boston, we've got 20% vacancy rates in office space. We rely on that for a lot of the tax revenues for the city. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on that issue. Is there a systemic concern here, or is this isolated? And might lowering the interest rates help some of those banks? Because I hear from my developers in our area that no one's lending. So, crack at it?
Sure. So I haven't seen that report, so I can't comment on it, but I can comment on commercial real estate. So we've had a secular change in the economy, which has left office rentals in many places, office buildings. The demand for them is significantly lower, at least temporarily and perhaps for a long time. And also the same is true for downtown, in some places, downtown retail that's associated with office workers. So it's a shock to the system, and we've known this for some time, and we've gone through the commercial banks in the United States, and so have the other regulators. We've done it jointly and identified the ones that have high concentration and are going to need to deal with that. And so we've been in contact with those banks and talking to them about how they're going to deal with this, how are they going to absorb these losses, do they have enough capital, do they have the liquidity, do they have a plan to do this, and is it consistent with their lending practices and that kind of thing. So it's going to be something we work through over a period of years. I do think it's slow moving. I think that part of it is right. You ask about 500 banks, I have no idea about that number, but certainly there would be some banks, probably smaller ones, that have these high concentrations. It's not the very large banks. It's really a manageable thing at the large banks. So I think that's what it's going to be, and it's a serious problem, and more serious in some locations and jurisdictions and with some banks than others. But it's one we'll be working through, and I think that's how I would think about it.
Does the Silicon Valley Bank situation, Signature, the money moves so quickly in those cases. It was instantaneous now. The velocity of money moving out of those banks really, I think, in some ways contributed to their failures. Are we looking at anything technologically that might be able to address some of that or mitigate it?
Sure. So we also, after Silicon Valley Bank, we got in contact with and worked with financial institutions that had high concentrations of uninsured deposits, and many of them have greatly improved their liquidity position. So that's the thing that we're working on. Okay. As you probably know, we're also working on some liquidity rules which will strengthen our framework of liquidity rules. But that's something we haven't proposed yet.
Let me ask you something off topic. So we know that Russia has about $300 billion in U.S. We've frozen assets. Russian assets of about $300 billion between U.S. and European banks. You want to comment on that? What I'd like to see is us give that to Ukraine, to be honest with you. I know that's a very simplistic idea, but I'm just wondering if there's any historic example that we could look to if Congress has to take the necessary steps to redirect that money to Ukraine so they can feed their people and fight that war.
This whole area of sanctions and foreign assets and things like that is really controlled and directed by the administration, by the elected branch of government. All we are is just a technical seat around, in the back row to help. We don't make those decisions, and I wouldn't comment.
I know you're big on history. I was just wondering if there was any examples out there that we might provide guidance to us.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here. When I'm back in my district in Texas, I'm constantly hearing concerns surrounding the fundamentally flawed Basel III. We've talked at length about that today, endgame proposal. These concerns are not only coming from my banking industry, but also from farmers, ranchers, small business owners who are concerned about how this proposal will impact the ability to access capital in the future. And to all of us, did it not raise alarms? And we've heard about the 97% today of public comments on this proposal, and they all came out negative. And Americans across all sectors are worried about the disastrous implications that will follow this proposal and have tried to make that known to banking regulators who continue to ignore them. It is time for federal regulators to take these concerns seriously and, quite frankly, just, I believe, start over. So I urge you and your colleagues to rethink the misguided policy and do what is best for American people, small business, Main Street America, and withdraw the Basel III proposal. Now, Chairman Powell, given the concerns raised by financial institutions, again, farmers, ranchers, et cetera, and other communities across the country, can you elaborate on how the Federal Reserve is responding to and addressing these comments that are mostly negative and request modification, delay, or complete withdrawal of the proposal of Basel?
Yes, I will. So we're in the process of reviewing the comments. They were quite voluminous. They were very detailed, a lot of data, a lot of analysis, and that's just what we wanted. So we've got those, and now it's a lot. It's hundreds of them, and we're going through them, and we're just at the point where we're about to begin then turning to the question of what changes should we make to the proposal. We haven't made any decisions. We haven't really gotten to that stage yet, but we're getting, remember, we only got the comments less than 2 months ago, so it's just we're at that stage. So we're looking at it. As I mentioned, my own view is that there will be material and broad changes to the proposal as we go forward, and we haven't really made decisions yet, though. It's just a little bit early for that.
We're glad you're looking at it. I want to bring up the long-term debt proposal rule, which would require banks to issue enough long-term debt to cover capital losses. Now, Congress worked to pass legislation requiring the tailoring of regulations to the size of a financial institution. This is meant to protect banks of all sizes and allow for families and businesses in my district to have options to meet their lending needs. So the Fed's long-term debt proposal would undo any sort of regulatory tailoring and puts into place a new long-term debt issuance requirements on regional banks, which require these banks to issue long-term debt both at the parent holding company level and the IDI level. Now, these regional banks will face increased costs when they are already facing towering regulatory burdens from this administration, and those are the banks that people do business with. So, Mr. Chairman, do you believe that this proposal rule goes against the requirements of S2155, the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act, and will you commit to exploring this issue further with your colleagues?
So we're committed to implementing 2155. We believe that the regulatory and supervision of regulation and supervision of banks needs to reflect their size and activities, and that's something we'll be considering as we go forward with this.
Okay. Short time I got left. Americans continue to feel the pain from runaway inflation created by the Biden administration as everyday costs continue to stay expensive. As you know, I'm in the car business, and inflation is just running rampant in my industry. And the irresponsible and partisan American Rescue Plan forced through Congress by Democrats only made inflation more of a problem. And now American families and businesses have been forced to deal with runaway inflation for 3 full years now, which has caused some major hardships. So quickly, the ARPA injected nearly $2 trillion of deficit spending to our already struggling economy. And how does this type of inflated spending, combined with economic headwinds like supply chain shortages, impact the economy? And doesn't this kind of reckless spending actually fuel the pressures of inflation?
I think there are a lot of causes of the inflation we've seen. We saw this inflation everywhere in the world, so the reopening of the economy after with very strong demand and constrained supply. You saw inflation in all the advanced economies. It was a little sharper here at the beginning. I think there's a role for monetary policy in that. There's a role for fiscal policy. There's a role for the pandemic, a starring role for the pandemic. Our job is to deal with it, and that's what we've been doing.
Well, thank you for always keeping small business in Main Street America in your calculations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for recognizing in your opening statement the importance of immigrants in keeping costs down and I want to thank you and the administration for what has been an excellent 2023 economic report. We've got 3.1% economic growth, by far the best in the developed world. Headline inflation, 2.4%. And that's not a little blip, a 1 month number. That's for the whole of 2023 and compares very favorably with the pre-pandemic portion of the Trump administration when we had inflation of 3.5%. My goal here is to convince you to cut more and sooner because for a number of reasons. The first is that I know, if you ask a constituent, they want zero inflation and zero unemployment. You know that we can't have that and have concluded that the economy works best with a 2% inflation rate target. But I've looked at the history of that 2% number. It seems to come from Auckland from the 1980s. And there's a lot of arguments that your target should be just a little bit higher. Larry Summers recently produced a study arguing that the cost of money is part of the cost of living. So we have this weird paradox where you're trying to keep the cost of groceries down by raising interest rates, but as the ranking member points out, the big issue is housing. And your measure of inflation seems to treat all Americans as renters, even though 2/3 are homeowners. And so when interest rates go up, that's an increase in the cost of living for anyone with an adjustable rate mortgage, anybody looking to buy a house, anybody with a home equity loan. Obviously, we would cut interest rates a little sooner and a little more if your target was something closer to 2.3%. So I'll ask you, is there substantial economic analysis that argues that your target rate and the economy would work better if we had a slightly higher target than 2%?
Not really, no. What's happened is, you pointed out New Zealand, but what's happened is that 2% has become the global standard. It's a pretty durable standard. I don't have any reason to think that it's a problem for the United States to get to 2% inflation. We're at 2.4% right now on headline inflation.
I would ask leave to add to the transcript of this hearing numerous articles that argue for something between 2.3 and even 3%. I'm not arguing for as high as 3%. Let's look at Basel. There's nothing free here. If the standards are too high, we lose economic growth. If they're too low, we have bailouts and bankruptcies. But I think everybody agrees that the standard should be well crafted. You've got a system where everybody drafting this is well dressed and focused on Wall Street, and you've got Basel rules that discriminate against Main Street and for Wall Street. I'll give you some examples. 65 basis, it's 65% if you're a publicly traded company and make a loan to a publicly traded company. You make a loan to CalPERS, they're not publicly traded, without objection, I'd like to put in their article into the record. And so they're, in effect, going to have a tougher time getting a loan. The local pizzeria is going to have a tougher time getting a loan. You've got, in Basel III, ignoring mortgage insurance, which obviously makes the loan more prudentially sound for the bank and is very necessary for first-time home buyers. And you've got a system where if you make investments in long-term bonds on Wall Street and you put them in the hold-to-maturity category, you don't have to recognize the losses and mark-to-market. So I hope you'll look at these in terms of the competition between Wayne Street and Wall Street for bank loans. Finally, we go to clean energy investment. Can I count on you to personally look at the paradox where Basel III treats clean energy tax credits much more harshly than low-income housing tax credits for no ascertainable reason?
Yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, thank you for being here today. I'm concerned with the small dollar credit for businesses. As a former business owner for over 20 years, I can attest that as the small dollar business credit becomes more expensive and less convenient, businesses are going to turn to credit cards and other alternative financing for business purchases. These inevitably result in even higher costs, which goes down to the consumer, which means that they're going to pay more for the services or the products. But in February of this year, total credit card debt reached a record of $1.7 trillion. According to Intuit's Small Business Index annual report, average monthly credit card balances were 27% higher in 2023 than they were in 2019. What do you view as the driving force behind these record high levels of credit card debt?
Part of it would be growth in the economy, so that'll be part of it, just that it's a bigger economy and a bigger number. I'm not sure what that is. As you know, people had lots of extra cash during the pandemic from forced savings. They've spent that down, now they're borrowing. I'm not sure.
So, if there was a rule to force banks to tighten lending, do you think the rule would drive businesses and consumers to alternative forms of credit?
I do. I think, if you raise lending costs for banks, then at the margin that will make non-bank lenders, they'll get some of that business.
And if it becomes more
This national bank's
complex or
inflation
less
target is 0 to
convenient, then
2%
businesses will
without
turn
full
to these
employment
alternative
mandate.
forms like credit card. I can
The
tell you
US
that
is
from
strange.
experience. Yes.
It's not really strange.
Well, I
we just
called for the
can't
withdrawal of the
generate
Basel
the
III endgame proposal entirely.
we can't generate our largest
Will you commit to an
GDP
analysis of how
sector
bank capital proposals
by
like
providing
Basel affect
finance
small business
services
credit access
to
and small dollar
international
lending
tax evaders
before finalizing such proposals?
I mean, what, something like 30% of Swiss GDP is
let me look into that.
like banking and financial services?
That I'll undertake some big study, but we'll look at the issue.
Do you feel
You
it's
guys
important
export
that we
some
do
cheese and you
an
have some
understanding of the
tourism?
effect it's
I
gonna
do.
have on small businesses, the backbone. It's the
reason your inflation is low is
bloodline
because the
environment.
franc
create
is
the
still
jobs. That's right. I do
relatively
agree.
close to the dollar, which keeps us from
The chairman asked you for
shunting
your
our
thoughts on
inflation off
withdrawing
onto you.
or reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal. Have you specifically discussed
watches.
withdrawing the proposal with Vice Chairman Michael Barr or the other governors?
So I don't want to get into our internal, doings, but I will say that I understand it is.
So I would contest that it's
live
the
option.
Swiss economy
Again,
that
we're
is
not at a
strange.
stage of being able to even have that discussion yet because we're not really. We don't have a. We've got to decide first what changes do we think are appropriate, and that'll take a little time, and then the question will be reproposal. What I said is, when we get to that point, if reproposal is the right thing to do, we're not going to hesitate at all. It's a perfectly live option.
All right. In the current environment we have in politics in this country, there's not a lot that you find bipartisan agreement on, but I think you could find some agreement in withdrawing that proposal. Can you explain the importance of broad consensus at the Fed on proposals like B3E? Are you concerned with recent trends of disagreement among board members related to major proposals?
So I think we're going to get to broad consensus at the Fed. I do. I think it's very important. This has been our culture that we try to find common ground, and we've been able to do that in the regulatory
I am Swiss.
space,
We are
and
very
I expect
national.
we will be here as well.
Nationalistic? Yeah, I know.
Could it be that
I've known a lot of
we're
people
seeing this level of disagreement
Switzerland
because of
or
extreme
from
measures
Switzerland.
that are being taken now that may not have been taken in the past? I mean, a
Lots
total
of pride in
difference
your
of-
economy.
Of
I get it.
opinion
It's survived
and
a lot.
understanding and philosophy regarding a free market economy.
But it definitely has a lot of
won't,
idiosyncrasies.
I won't speculate, but I will point out that 4 of the 7 governors during the open board meeting at which we put it out for comment expressed real concerns, very specific concerns about the proposal, and said we would look at the comments when they came in, and that's what we're doing.
All right. Do you feel that they have validity in their concerns?
I was one of the 4, so yes.
With the few seconds I have remaining, there's a recent report of FinCEN working with financial institutions to query legal purchases made by American citizens. Has the Federal Reserve been instructed within the past 3 years by Treasury or anyone else to search Americans' legal transactions?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. As Ben remarked, there's a near-term emergency to get the $60 billion in military assistance to Ukraine. And separate from that, there remains a longer-term need for reconstruction assistance to Ukraine, which the World Bank estimates is somewhere north of $400 billion. Now, at the start of the Russian invasion, the free democracies of the world froze roughly $300 billion in Russian currency assets, primarily at European banks and financial institutions. And the Biden administration and many of our allies have recently taken the stance that those assets should be leveraged somehow to provide reconstruction resources to Ukraine. I support this concept, and I believe that additional action should be taken to ensure that we hold Russia accountable. But there are real concerns on the impact that this might have on central banking system, on the primacy of the dollar, the euro, and so on. And so my question is, have you seen just the act of freezing these assets and not seizing them, but simply
support at
freezing them?
510,
Have you seen
5115
effects on the primacy of the dollar, the confidence in the central banking system? Is there any visible downside from the act of freezing that's visible so far in the 2 years since we've done it?
I can't point to any. I can't point to any.
Okay, so that's an interesting observation when we think of taking the additional step of
Sure, some of
actually
that's
seizing
true,
them,
but a bunch of
at least so
stereotypes.
far.
The banking
Because, to my
secrecy,
mind, having
luckily,
them
is
frozen
luckily a
is
thing of the
violent
past.
as,
It's not.
and
They made an
as
agreement with the
violent as
IRS in
seizing them outright.
2022. It's
It's
definitely not a thing
interesting
of the
that
past.
So far, we haven't seen that.
You can still
Now,
open
in
shell
terms of
companies
the-
in
the
Monaco that
Basel
open
III
bank
and-
accounts in
and
Sweden
so
that
on.
don't disclose any information to the
There is
IRS.
a
There's a lot of loopholes.
There's a frustration I've had over the fact
And the
that
secrecy in the
directionally
banks and the
the
client
effects of these are clear,
confidentiality has
but
been
the
codified
magnitude
into
of
law
effects
in
are not.
Switzerland
For
since
example, if you talk about the effect on
what, like the
prices seen by
1900s,
derivative
1700s, if
users
you really
of
want to get
increased
into it?
capital requirement. Directionally, it's clear. If you raise capital requirements, banks will withdraw from these markets to some extent. Other players will step in partly and take up part of the slack, and the spreads will increase and so on. Is the data that you've collected enough for you to actually estimate the magnitude of these effects instead of simply the direction?
I think it's really hard to get down to the micro level and
Oil's
try
a
to
bit
assess
up
that,
today.
because you're right, there would be multiple effects. But you do know that you know the direction, you know what the sign is.
That's right, but if you can avoid financial crises with a microscopic increase in prices seen by end users, that's one thing. If it's a very large difference in the price, so that the magnitude matters a lot when you're doing these balancing things. And a lot of it depends on, actually, you need a model for how the different market players will react. And is that really not going to be in the scope of the analysis that you anticipate from the quantitative?
Like doctor-patient
I believe
confidentiality,
we
but with your
have done
banker?
some work on that, and I think the banks and other participants
More
have
strict
done
than that,
work
but
on that
yes.
as well, and come up with a range of answers. But this is there are just an awful lot of variables in these equations, so it's hard to say with any confidence. That's why it's hard to, the job of deciding the precise level of appropriate capital is a hard one.
Yeah. And now with 10 years, we've had two major crises with both a fiscal and a monetary response. Are there the lessons that you can learn now that, I believe, and it seems like your testimony indicates that we're kind of approaching back to normal now? And we've seen in the crisis of 15 years ago, we saw what
Died
many
in
people thought was an
2014. No,
inadequate
they
fiscal
just changed
response,
it.
that the fiscal response was, less than half of the output gap. And we limited by political will to do things. And then, of course, you were limited by the zero bound in what you could do for most of a decade, and we had a long recovery. And the comparison, to the COVID recovery has been very sharp, and it's quite remarkably put us right back on that track. Are there any lessons that you've sort of drawn about the importance of the getting the right balance of fiscal and monetary response to these shocks?
It
So
really
we think
doesn't
about
set
that
Switzerland
a
apart
lot.
anymore
And
before it did.
I think have to say.
The
start by
exceptions
saying
made
it's too
for
soon to
Swiss
really tell, because the
citizens
answers you
and
would
companies
give today,
residing in Switzerland
picture looks very different than what it looked like a year ago. And so
still set it apart
and
to a
year from
significant
now, we'll
degree,
be
but
looking back on and saying,
it's still
we've learned so
tied
much
in
more. So I think
to the same
pandemic is
banking
still
system
writing the
that you see
story
in
of our
Cyprus,
economy right now.
Monaco,
And we should just be
and
prepared
so
to
on,
be
right? Hong
surprised
Kong.
with the next chapter, as we were with 2023, the very strong growth, the sharp decline in inflation while the labor market.
And it's still a big
Very
part
few
of the shadow
forecasters had
banking
that,
system.
but we can talk about it.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now
So
go
you're,
to the gentleman from Ohio.
you're
Mr.
right in a way
Davidson,
they've
for 5
done
minutes.
things
Thank you, Chairman.
to make
Chairman
that
Powell,
better,
thank
but
you for
they've
being here
far
today
from
and for your
eliminated
testimony. I'd
the
like to
issue.
start off, first of all, by completely echoing everything Congressman Barr said. A lot of us have talked about Basel III Endgame, and I think Congressman Barr kind of nailed the thought process. I do hope you'll kind of withdraw that and take the comments you've heard from here and from so many others about the hazards with the current approach. But I'd also like to address one of the other practices by the Federal Reserve, and it's the practice of paying interest on excess reserve balances held with the Fed accounts. It's my strong belief that rewarding banks with returns for taking no market risks actually harms our economy, and it discourages financial institutions from lending money into the economy. Instead, they park it at the Fed. This has little to no impact on very large corporations.
He's trying to get the
but it can
money
have a
off the
crippling impact
sidelines.
on small and mid-market firms. And we especially saw this in the long recovery as Dodd-Frank was implemented in the Obama
All
years,
banks do shady
transition to
shit,
the Trump
yes.
years. We changed some of that mindset.
But a lot of
with
international
other policies.
banking still
But we saw
relies
a strong
on
surge in
shady
economy.
shit that is
Our
specific
country wouldn't pay a
to a
price
handful
for
of
this market
countries.
distortion by the
Switzerland
Fed in
being
two
one of
ways.
them.
First, they're unable to obtain loans at competitive rates because the money's sucked out of the market. Frankly, a lot of them don't even have access to
Like Swiss
lending
bank
except
accounts
through
will
bank
report to the
capital.
IRS to a
It
U.S.
forces them into
citizen,
other
right?
forms of capital, equity
But they
capital, and
won't
others.
report to Russia.
Second, they ultimately pay higher
They
rates
won't
whenever they
report to
have
France,
these alternative
right? Like there's a lot
means
of
capital.
there's still
And,
a lot
so
of
today
secrecy.
I've introduced a prohibition on the IOER Act, which would prohibit the Federal Reserve
And by
from paying
creating
interest
shell companies
on
that
excess
that
reserves. By
reside in
eliminating
Switzerland.
IOER, we can begin to
You have
return our
even- you have
economy
even
to
stronger
the undistorted
protections,
free
right?
market economy it's supposed to have.
Which makes Switzerland like the
alternative is you can
international
simply raise
Delaware.
requirements. But we see some of those moral hazards when you do it across the board with approach like Basel. So what's your case for why you should keep paying interest on excess reserves?
Switzerland's not the worst.
Well,
it's just the
as
most
you know, we
well
don't see
developed,
the,
or one of the most well
the
developed.
downsides that you're talking
They've been
about.
doing
You know,
this
banks-
for a
banks
very
have
long
a cost
time.
of funds and they have what they can earn, and that's what really matters is the spread.
And if they wanted to do it, they could simply buy treasuries on their own, and they could do that independently. I suppose
But we now
they
have
can
more
independently
tax
keep it at the
treaties
Fed.
and stuff,
They
so
don't
there
have
is
to
more
buy, they don't even have to put it on their own
visibility
balance
than
sheets
there
in the
was
same
in the
way. They've got
past.
immediate liquidity with Fed overnight account. So I don't see how that's different than what they could already do.
What I was going to say was, you know, banks can earn a much bigger spread by lending to corporates. So,
So we have
their
at least
incentive
two
to
Swiss
lend is
folks here, but the
same
other
as it
day we
always
needed
was.
someone to answer a
This doesn't
question
affect
about
that.
Judaism,
Really, it's their-
and we
they have
had
a cost of
crickets.
funds and they
No,
have the
that's
ability
not
to
true.
earn to have
Retod
reserves.
DM'd
But,
me,
you know, that's not gonna, they're not
and
earning a
let me
profit on
know that as
So,
our
or a
resident
big one,
Jewish
they can earn a much bigger
person,
profit by
I was
lending
correct.
to small corporates.
Well, speaking of profit, I mean, the Federal Reserve isn't officially supposed to be a for-profit corporation, but you are supposed to pay for your operating costs off of positive cash flow. And right now, the Fed doesn't have positive cash flow. In fact, the Fed has negative cash flow. So it's not entirely unrelated that the Federal Reserve operated at a $114.3 billion loss.
Thanks, average Joe.
In 2023, and currently is carrying a $133 billion loss on its balance sheet this year. So it's, you know, not the right approach, I think, to be paying essentially that much out in excess reserves to banks that are holding capital in the Fed when they could be deploying it into the market. So right now, the interest you're paying banks in money market funds exceeds the income you're getting on the $7.6 trillion balance sheet assets that you have, to the tune of $133 billion asset. So, you know, effectively, the Fed is operating at an operating loss. So what's the path back to cash flow positivity for the Fed?
As you know, we've, you know, for
The
many
Treasury
years,
stops
during
issuing-
the QE large balance sheet period, we've contributed way over $1 trillion in net earnings to the bank, which to the Treasury Department. So you can't look at the loss without mentioning that we've been, giving effectively $100 billion a year in profits every year to the Treasury Department. So the other side of that is when we raise rates to do the job you've assigned us to get inflation under control, when we do that, we absorb paper losses. It has no effect on our operating, the way we operate the Fed. And if we retained all the earnings we have, then it wouldn't be a problem. But we don't do that. We give that money to Treasury.
Thank you. And I think the last thing is I just encourage you to halt any effort to develop a central bank digital currency. It doesn't need designed, developed, and it certainly doesn't need established. I yield.
The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our ranking member, and thank you, Director Powell, for being here. Let me start by saying thank you for the monetary report. I've had a chance to try to peruse it, and there are headings in there that says the labor
No, they
market
end at 1
remains
o'clock,
strong.
not noon.
You'd probably
1
agree to
p.m.
that
Eastern.
report. Let that say that's a yes. Also, it talks about unemployment rates being low by historical.
Was that the drop needed to go to your end of week of
It
5180?
also states that
VN
global
on the monthly
pandemic
is
played
still
a
below
huge role with the
5180,
inflation,
but close.
rate, and inflation rates are on the decline. It's reported in several charts in here, and also substantiated by the Federal Reserve of New York and Michigan surveys.
We're getting close
that
to filling
are
that
read.
upside gap, yeah.
It also talks about
I think
job gains and uses the word robust.
It's at
robust,
5130.94.
So I want to thank you for educating us on that. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like the record to show that all of this also resulted during the Biden-Harris administration of making sure. So often we hear in this committee and other committees about what the administration is not doing and what our economy and jobs look like. Now let me move on to something that's very dear to me, and want to thank our ranking member for bringing it up.
Might fall
And
a
that's the
little
lack
bit after
of
profit
affordable
taking.
housing, which is one of the primary things that I hear about
Yeah,
when
we
I'm
could.
back home. I'm on more panels to try to explain what
Let's
you
see.
do.
While I
what
was
we
getting
do,
lunch, it
or
looks like
oftentimes
5130
what we don't
calls
do
have grown.
and why we have this.
They kind of start
While
falling
I
off
know
after
that
5130.
interest rate hikes have successfully
2025
brought
or
down
higher.
the inflation, rising rates
But
have
still
also
support
had
at
an
15 and
adverse
10.
effect on the cost and the pace of housing construction and costs. Are you concerned about the effects that interest rate hikes are having on the cost of financing new construction? And the second part, how do you expect to control for long-term housing inflation that might have a potential rate cuts, how it might affect that?
So our policy to bring inflation down is to raise interest rates, and that works through several channels. One of them is probably the most important, is interest-sensitive spending, and within that you have housing and durable goods and things like that. So, during the early days of the pandemic, the housing industry was about to all go bankrupt, and all of the facilities that we did really supported that industry through their critical time. When we're going in the other direction, when we're raising rates, housing is definitely affected. We understand that. It's not something we want to have happen,
really
just it is
hit
the
any
reality that
negative,
housing will slow a lot when you raise
momentum,
interest
yeah.
rates. We've done that, and we're doing
Maybe
it for
in,
the
like,
longer run benefit of the people we serve to restore price stability.
Maybe
which
after
is
the testimony.
beyond value for people to have price stability. We get
There
it
might
that
be
in the
like a
near
little
term,
turnaround
that's
in,
higher rates, that's fewer sales, people are locked into low rate mortgages, we get all
and
that,
momentum, but
we got to do
we might fill
this
that gap
because it'll
before
benefit
then.
the country and people in the longer run.
And I have a great appreciation for that. But also, when I go back home to the district, what I hear a lot from agencies and individuals who work with advocacy groups, that the effects of interest rate hikes are not borne equally to all American households. So we hear that, and there's no doubt that low income and minority communities are hit the highest or the hardest by these monetary policy changes. Black households and business owners have historically faced challenges with home ownership and access to capital. and they're disproportionately impacted by the rate hikes. Does the Fed, do you have anything that you could help me with this dilemma and how we can better achieve economic goals in a more precise and equitable manner?
I don't
I
expect
think it's
down.
working. You see inflation coming down, and that's why I do think it's likely at some time this year, if the economy
We've had like slightly
proceeds along the
positive
path we expect, that
positioning
we will
most of the
begin
day
to
so far.
reduce rates.
I mean, unless JPOW says something crazy.
That's really the path
or
that we're on.
super
and,
hawkish. Which he doesn't
hope
seem
it
to be
works out that
doing.
way.
He seems to just
And
be
when you
keeping
say,
pace
I
with
don't have a
the
lot of time, but when you say
prior
economy,
Fed
what does
meeting.
that mean? Helping poor people and black people get more jobs, more money?
Our forecast.
Why
is
did you
for
sell
continued
calls?
strong
I
growth,
think
continued
that's
strong
the
labor
kind of the
market,
upper limit.
with, wages going up and also with inflation coming down. So that kind of an economy.
Okay.
Why'd
My
you buy
time is up. I yield
XSP
back. Thank you.
puts? That was like
The
the
gentleman
first
from
thing this
Tennessee,
morning.
Mr. Rose is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this hearing, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us today. I'd like to start by discussing the independent automated teller machine
think I kept
owners
them.
or operators section of the Bank Secrecy Act examination manual. I want to ensure that financial institutions will not be discouraged from providing banking services to the independently owned ATM industry. In 2021, you made it clear that the industry does not automatically present a higher risk for illicit finance. I'd like to know what efforts have been made by the Federal Reserve to fully communicate that position to financial institutions across the country.
I will have to get back to you on that one.
All right, thank you. Well, and so I might just add, listening to independent ATM operators over the time that I've served in Congress, I've come to understand that unfortunately, and it was in the Bank Examiner's Manual up until just about a couple years ago, these operators were identified as being extraordinarily risky, and that was causing them to be debanked in many cases. So I do hope that you'll take a look at that and make sure that we're communicating that to financial institutions and, most importantly, to the regulators. Chair Powell, Tennessee is home to over 1,000 foreign-based businesses that have chosen to invest in our
If
state.
it hits
and create more than
5130, do you butterfly,
160,000
buy
jobs.
calls,
These
average
jobs
out?
are reliant upon
I don't know
cross-border
yet. I'm not
financing
really worried
provided
about it
by
right
global
now.
banks, including foreign banking organizations. The Federal Reserve has long maintained the principles of national treatment and equality of competitive opportunity when regulating foreign banks and assessing them based on their U.S. operations. Are you still committed to these principles?
Yes.
And how will these principles be reflected as you move to finalize the Basel Endgame proposal?
So we have received a whole separate set of comments from the foreign banks, and we'll look at those, very much in that spirit and make appropriate changes.
5125 resistance.
Chair Powell, the Basel III Endgame will
30
incentivize
is.
firms to transfer
There's a big
credit
call
risks
wall at
off
30.
their balance sheets. One avenue for such a transfer is synthetic securitization, the framework of which must be
Individual
approved
equities don't
by the
stop
Federal
trading
Reserve.
because of a halt.
However, it is
There's
my
no
understanding that there is a
permanent halt on
substantial
those.
backlog
Only on indexes.
of reviews and approvals of these securitization frameworks. It is concerning that the Federal Reserve is directed to is directing the risk transfer, yet also impeding it, in my view. Can you comment or can you commit to reviewing this approval process and taking steps to reduce the backlog of pending securitization applications?
So as I understand it, these transactions are becoming popular right now. There's a lot of appetite to do them, and we're not stopping them. We're just being careful because there were similar things that happened about credit risk transfer during the global financial crisis that didn't actually work out. So we want to make sure that these structures really do actually durably transfer, and we think that they do, but we just need to be careful because the last experience with these was difficult back in the last crisis. So it's just something that we're not intending to slow these down, and I think we'll try to get through it.
Is it a lack of available resources to apply to the approval process, or is it an intentional slow walking to make sure that every I is dotted, every T crossed?
I don't actually know, but I do. What I heard was, what I've been told is, we're not stopping these, but we're going to be careful with them and just be absolutely careful that they really do transfer credit risk in a durable, kind of sustained way. And that's the thing. And I don't think it's an intention to go slow or to have a backlog. It's just, and so I don't know what the staffing issue is. We'll check.
All right, thank you. As the Federal Reserve continues to consider proposals designed and debated in Europe, such as Basel III, has the Federal Reserve's Supervisory Climate Committee or the Financial Stability Committee had any discussions regarding the adoption of ESG risks in capital requirements?
I don't know.
Has there been any discussion in other committees regarding the adoption of ESG risks in capital requirements?
Any discussion, I really don't know. Let me say that's not something we're considering, but when you ask me any discussion, I don't know.
It's not a priority in
to
capital requirements.
To put it mildly, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I see my time is running out. I appreciate your
What's
your
the cost to
answers and any
exercise a
further
put
light
if
you
a
can
stock
shed on
is at
those matters. I
zero?
appreciate. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Cast, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Transaction
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
fees.
and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here today. I want to start just with following up on the exchange you had with Mr. Sherman. As I think you know, I led a letter with 106 of my colleagues with concerns about specifically the clean energy tax equity provisions in Basel. I appreciate your commitment to look at that. I wonder if I could just put a little bit of a sharper point on it. Can you look at that before the rule is finalized and potentially issue some sort of an addendum to the rule? The concern I have is the number of banks who are a little bit frozen right now, waiting for some clarity on that, and I'd prefer we not slow down the rate of clean energy investing in our country if we don't have to.
7% today.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's a proposal, and
hold on.
We're well aware of the commentary, and we're gonna
pretty good
react
shorting on
appropriately.
it.
I don't know that we can pull one thing out of line and deal with it.
No big changes in
also,
liquidity or anything.
We're making good progress, and I think we'll be back.
Doesn't look like there's a lot of
reasonably
coloring
soon
right
with some answers.
Okay, well, time is of the essence. Appreciate anything you can do. Second thing, good thing about going late here, you get to follow up. I want to follow up on your discussion with Congresswoman Garcia here.
That's because no one's going to give him any fucking
comments
money,
in the 60
right?
Minutes interview last month when you mentioned that immigration is a big part of the story.
That's like how
The labor market coming back
SVB
into
failed,
balance.
right? They needed money.
Now, generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, more immigration is generally going to ease inflationary pressure. Is that all else equal? Is that a safe characterization?
It's probably closer to neutral, actually, because people come in, they also spend, so it's not clear that immigrants coming in, they add to GDP.
Okay, so either we're going to get economic growth and or
Right,
downward
so
pressure
there'll
on
be
wages.
more workers, so that wages might go up a little bit less, but at the same time, they're also spending. So we had this conversation. It depends on what you assume, but I think it's better to just assume it's sort of broadly neutral from an inflation
Okay,
standpoint.
so I guess, and maybe you've answered the second question, but given as you all are using the Census Bureau data that is more conservative than the CBO data, and obviously we're all making estimates in the future, can you speak at all to whether your forward views on economic growth and inflation, how sensitive are they to your assumptions about that census versus CBO data on what the actual level of immigration is to the country right now?
I think the CBO assumptions are meaningfully higher and would affect growth and would be part of the explanation why growth was strong last year and would be a reason to expect. I mean, it's not the main reason, but it would definitely add to growth this year. And I wouldn't say that we accept one version of the other. We study the CBO numbers carefully. We're just trying to get to the right answer. And I think the CBO shows, and they say so, stronger growth, higher growth, more people. I don't know the per capita growth goes up, but the absolute level of growth goes up.
Okay. Last question. I think there's a lot of good news in the monetary report that you all just issued around wage growth. We've seen, the lower quartile of earners starting to close some of those historic gaps. We've seen minority groups and women start to close some of those gaps. What I didn't see, and I don't know if this is because you all haven't done it or I just didn't read closely enough, have you seen any gaps regionally within the U.S.? Are there parts of the country that are seeing stronger wage growth than others?
There are. I don't have that off the top of my head. I want to go back and if I can just, when I talked about immigration, I think that the immigration story for last year was part of the positive supply shock and was part of the reason why inflation came down. I was really asking the question over the longer run.
Fair enough.
And there, I think it's more
Fair
likely
enough.
to be neutral.
I want to, I appreciate that. I want to just close on this regional piece, because the Atlanta Fed, which is the best I could find that looks to do at least some of
I
my
am
census
not money
regions.
enough for the
As I
money
look through, there's
club.
and you look at which regions are consistently running above. I think that New England and the West are consistently showing wage increase above average.
IWM has a lot of
And
financial
the West,
services
South, Central,
exposure,
Texas,
but not
Oklahoma,
like a lot of
Arkansas,
banking
Louisiana are consistently, I
exposure.
think going back to like July of 2022, consistently seeing wage growth below average. And I appreciate you're not going to wade into a political question here, but those are all right to work states, where it's harder to unionize, where it's harder to organize. And what I'm wondering is, without asking you to opine on policy, have you all at the Fed done any analysis that says, as we look at when there are gains in labor productivity,
You mentioned if
does that
GME
gain in
breaks
labor
up, it may
productivity, is
run.
more
Where do you think
likely
it
to
tops
accrue to
out if
workers
it runs?
in those states where
let's
there's
see.
a stronger union presence, easier to organize, and more
Yeah, I'm
bargaining
not
power
sure
for
because
labor
earnings
as
are
opposed to
probably
capital?
going to be announced
My guess
fairly
is there's
soon.
plenty of research around that area, not necessarily at the Fed, but we'll take a look and come back to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I yield back.
And there should be
Gentleman's time
pretty
expired.
good.
Good.
I
Gentleman
know
from South
Delta's
Carolina,
been
Mr.
growing on
Timmons
the
for 5
chain a
minutes.
little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
I
thank you,
would
Chairman Powell, for being
say-
here today. We continue to appreciate your
I
work
mean,
and the work of the Federal
so
Reserve on behalf of the
Gamma
American
Max is at
people. In August
1840.
of 2023, the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and OCC released the
Here, I'll
NPR
post it in
requiring the issuance
GME
of
Discord
long-term
for
debt
you
for
guys.
Category 2, 3, and 4 banks. As you may know, I, along with many of my colleagues, authored a letter to each agency expressing concerns regarding the lack of tailoring in the proposal and shortcomings in estimating the actual cost of the proposed rules. I'm concerned that these shortfalls will negatively impact lending in my district, and when combined with the other ongoing regulatory proposals, could cause further consolidation of the banking industry. It appears that the Federal Reserve has primarily deferred to the FDIC concerning the proposal. Could you shed light on the Federal Reserve's role within the rulemaking process concerning the long-term debt proposal? And have you provided input regarding the proposal's interplay with Basel III Endgame?
You know, I think we're one of the proposers of the rule, just like the other agencies are. And, you know, right now we're looking at the comments that we've gotten. That comment period, I believe, has closed, yeah. And
My biggest problem with GME is I don't see a significant amount of covering going on.
You're in the middle of it, fair to say. Okay, thank you.
There's
I'm
still
concerned that
pressure
long-term
from
debt
XRT, but there's
proposals' lack of
like
tailoring
no
contradicts
covering
the statutory
in the
requirements of the
underlying
Economic Growth,
whatsoever.
Regulatory Relief and Consumer Protection Act. Instead of applying tailoring principles, this proposal creates Category
So
2,
this
3, and
seems more
4
like a
financial
byproduct
institutions
of like
identically for the purposes of
IWM
long-term
XRT
debt
than it
issuances.
does GME
Additionally,
itself.
the proposal unduly burdens Category 2, 3, and 4 banks by requiring them to issue long-term
And I think
debt
that's something
at
you're
both the
just
parent
seeing
holding
across
company and
all of
bank level,
retail.
which actually could be viewed as reverse tailoring, considering
GME might be a
GSIBs
little
are
bit
only
more
required to issue debt
extreme,
at the
but-
parent company level. What is the underlying rationale behind this
Like
dual
AMC is
requirement,
up 4%,
particularly when such a mandate is not imposed on our
Fubo's
largest
up,
banks?
Top
And do you
is
believe
up.
that this represents a tailored approach as required by the statute?
So that tailoring question is one of the
Macy's.
questions we'll be asking ourselves as part of our review of
Nordstrom's
the
is
comments.
down a whole lot. Holy
Thank
shit.
you. It's my understanding that Category 4 banks were not
they
included
missed
in the
on
original
earnings.
advance notice of proposed rulemaking for the long-term debt rule released in the fall of 2022. Is that your understanding as well?
I didn't catch that.
Did the advance notice that was released
Dillard's
in the
is
fall
down.
of 22
Yeah, so it's- I don't
include
know, it's
Category
kinda
4
weird.
banks? It's my understanding that it did not.
I can't confirm that, to be honest.
Well, I think that's something that you should take into account because the Category 2 and 3 banks have had an additional year to foresee this challenge, and so Category 4 banks are
I
really
pulled back my
behind the
GME
eight ball.
CCs at a
And-
loss. I feel like a genius. Don't sell
Yeah, so I
GME
guess my next
CCs
question
as
is,
it
do you
approaches
believe
earnings.
regulatory agencies should provide smaller regional banks longer than the 3-year phase-in period to meet any final long-term debt requirements?
It's a good question. That's one of the comments we've gotten. And
Yeah,
we'll-
the
we'll be
week
looking at
into
that.
I
GME
appreciate it. I just think
earnings,
if we're going to impose these new regulations, giving everyone the same opportunity to comply with
The
them. is
3
something we're
days following
considering. I guess
OPEX.
one final question. If these proposed regulatory changes had been in effect prior to the fall of SVB and Signature, do you believe the outcome would have been
the
different? Because
first-
honestly, I don't think anything would have changed.
5 trading days of the month.
You know,
6.
it's a hypothetical. I'm tempted to say that if there had been more long-term debt there that was specifically there to absorb losses,
they were nowhere near being solvent. But I guess that's something I think y'all should take into account, whether if these proposed changes to our system that are designed to make it more resilient would have actually caused SUV and Signature to have a different outcome. Because again, it just seems that my colleagues across the aisle let no crisis go to waste, and these are changes that would not have in fact prevented the calamity that they are justifying the changes based on. Thank you for being here today, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Due to the Fed's aggressive interest rate hikes, mortgage rates have surpassed 7%, rising to 20-year highs, leaving many creditworthy and mortgage-ready homebuyers without a path to home ownership. This is a problem for everyone. It's an urban issue, it's a suburban issue, it's a rural issue. Chairman Powell, I welcome the decision of the Fed to pause
17
rates at the end of
cc's
last
on
year.
GME
But
expiring
for
next
families
Friday.
in my district and across the country,
That
that
sounds
is not
bad.
enough. We need the Fed to start cutting because, like the rent, interest rates are too damn high. Chairman Powell, you've previously indicated that the Fed may cut rates this year. What would you expect the impact of lowering interest rates to be on the housing
If it's a
market
bad time to sell
specifically,
CCs, then it must be
including
a
the
good
rental,
time to buy
purchase, and
calls.
construction market?
Look at you figuring out the
So,
inverse of
We
things.
know that higher rates, of course, have slowed down the rate of activity. So if at such time as we start to lower
SVB was
interest rates,
bigger.
housing market will pick up broadly across new home construction and new home sales. The number, as you know, many
How should I hedge a
households
bear
are in
call
very
spread?
low,
Sold this morning.
rate mortgages, and they really
50,
can't sell
20,
because they
50,
have to
25.
refinance into a high rate
I don't
mortgage.
really think you're in a
That'll go
position
away
yet where
over
you
time.
need
So
to.
Ideally, the
But you could open the debit spread and
housing
turn
market
it
would
into
go
a
back into
butterfly.
more normal phase, but one with lower inflation in the broader
You
economy.
could close the
Right,
short
so just to
call.
further reiterate
You
that,
could
I-
wait.
interest rate cuts
The beauty
would
of
have a
cash
great
settled
benefit.
instruments is that there's
Just
no
yesterday, actually,
rush,
I met
right?
with a number of
Your maximum
representatives from
loss is
state
already
housing and
locked
finance
in.
agencies from throughout the country, and they were talking about the barriers to affordable housing projects given the current interest rate environment. Obviously, higher interest rates have raised
if we
costs
fall
for
back
affordable
below
housing
51.20,
developers,
you can
and many of them
exit
have
them,
chosen to
right?
slow down or halt construction entirely. So fewer homes are being built, which means fewer people are being housed. So given that we already, would you agree? So given that we already had a massive shortage of affordable housing supply prior to the pandemic,
I refuse
when
to buy them
interest rates
back.
were below
That's fair.
2%, the current rate, 5.5% rate, has been devastating. And the price of homes across the country have remained stubbornly high. It's clear that the current state of our housing market is impacting everyone and disproportionately hurting those who need stability the most. Does this concern you?
So our job is to do
And if
price
Google
stability
breaks
and
up through
maximum
delta
employment. We
neutral
don't
here, I
target
kind of
the
want to go
housing
long
market.
on it.
And
Sorry, just,
we're doing our jobs. That's what we're doing. It's not something we want to see, but
does this
is
impact
the
on the
path to
housing market,
restoring price stability.
but does it concern you, Chairman Powell?
Does it concern me?
Yes,
It would
fewer
cons-
homes are being built, so fewer people are being housed.
This is the job we've taken
We
on.
have a housing
Well,
surplus.
it concerns me greatly. Chairman Powell, the Fed's interest rate hikes have not been sufficient in addressing housing inflation. Do you agree that we need a more robust fiscal response to increase the supply of affordable housing and to lower costs nationwide?
132.42.
So we don't take opinion, we don't express opinions on things like that. I will say that there is a structural housing shortage in the United States, and that's really the longer run problem. The problem with high interest rates is a short run problem. The longer run problem is lack of supply.
Well, that's why it is critical that Congress pass legislation and appropriation bills that will make those necessary investments in housing for all. Given the way that Ranking Member Waters fought for a $150 billion investment in housing and Build Back Better, I know on this side of the aisle that my colleagues and I are ready and waiting for the Republican majority to take housing inflation seriously. Housing affordability is the #1 issue I'm hearing about from my constituents. Families in my district and throughout this country need relief now. I truly hope the Fed will listen to them and cut interest rates. Thank you. I yield.
Gentlelady yields
I don't
back. The
have
gentleman from
shares
South Carolina,
of
Mr.
Google.
Norm, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I haven't had
Chairman
shares
Powell,
of Google since like the
I
beginning
think
of
other people have noted
2023.
about the crisis in the office building market across this country. That's a line of work we're in. I can tell you it's real. I can tell you the buildings that are effectively vacant, it's going to have an effect on the taxes paid. It's going to have an effect on rents. As far as affordability in housing, you know, the rates are one thing, but my good friends on the other side of the aisle
Is the
don't
video
realize
screens
that
more sold calls at
housing
89,
is,
890,
it's got over
900.
200
They're
components to
mostly
it.
at
One of the
900.
biggest is gas prices. And as long as we're buying gas
Like
from
890s,
countries
I
that
don't
hate
think it's very
America
relevant.
and don't manufacture our own,
Maybe.
housing isn't coming down. I don't know how you define affordable anyway. It's going to continue to downward slide.
900
And I'm
is
from a
kind of
state in
the
South
local
Carolina that
top.
people are moving in. And it's,
I know we're quite a
it's,
bit above GM on it.
we're not
right
going to
now.
have the housing starts that we should have because of the policies of the Biden administration, which is train wrecking this entire economy.
Yeah, Gamma Max is at
On
860.
on Regulation 2, which is has the guardrails for credit card fees.
So I would say
How do
we
you
could
answer
test.
and I know the caps are, you're looking at adjusting that. How do you answer the
You could
charge that
probably
this is
test 900.
really should not be, you're getting in the way of banks charging fees according to what their costs are? How does the regulations affect that, particularly Regulation 2?
Is this a Fed regulation we're talking about, or is
Yes,
this the CFPB regulation?
This is, for my record, it's the Federal Reserve has finalized the routing restrictions and proposed tighter and adjusting the price caps that currently exist. Is that not right?
It doesn't ring a bell with me. It may well be right. I'm not familiar
If you
with
could
that.
look at that, I know
will.
all the credit unions and banks have got some concerns on that.
I will come back to you on that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Do you need a letter from us or?
No, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. CRA, for those of us who have been involved with banking for a long time, the regulations, having a clear set of standards that we abide by and know where to put the money to, when should we have regulations out that we can read about what's going to be acceptable and what's not?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
The regulations on the changes in regulations for CRA.
Right. What about it? I'm sorry, I missed your question. What was
When are the regulations going to be out that we'll know, the banks will know what's acceptable for CRA and what's not acceptable?
So the final rule, of course, is out. I think we're working on, there's a lot of work to do. The requirements don't really kick in, most of them for a couple of years at least. So I think we're working on the follow-up regulations.
Okay, that's really important for all the banks because they want to make sure they qualify and where the dollars are spent. They need to make sure that it's going into the right spot because the credits won't be applied unless that's it. The Fed now, where the Federal, I think, Reserve launched and is operating this now. How is the participation rate going with that?
Slow, real slow. It's early days. There are network effects. These things they go slow until they don't. And it was the same way with ACH. You may remember back in the day.
Right.
So we're at fewer than 500 banks are in there now. We're working away at it. We expect it'll take some time, but it's there, and we think it'll be beneficial. We had a lot of support from smaller banks to build it, as you know.
Is the pricing below cost?
I don't believe so, no, not longer run cost.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for this hearing, and to you, Chair Powell, for appearing before the committee to discuss the recently published monetary policy report. As we continue our work on behalf of the American people, we have to keep in mind that our mission here is to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. It seems as if there has been a constant series of shocks to the economy, both domestically and globally, and yet we can all see just how resilient the labor market has been as it has maintained its strength. With a robust gain of 353,000 jobs, the January numbers are a continuation of the trend that Democrats in Congress delivered through historic investments in our workforce, putting people over politics. In light of this relative economic strength, I really want to implore the Federal Reserve to take stock of the holistic economic picture before making decisions on monetary policy, and to pay particular attention to those communities that have been historically left behind
only 18
during
minutes left.
times of accelerated recovery. I want to add to the questions from my colleague, Congresswoman Presley, Chair Powell. At a time
Give me a
when,
quick
where it has
recap
become
of the last
increasingly
6
difficult
months.
for working people and people of color,
Market
in
hit a
particular,
decent
to purchase a
bottom.
home, I worry that
Fed started
rising
to pull back
mortgage rates will
policy.
put working
Market's been
families
rocketing
even
ever
further
since.
on accessing the wealth and
well,
equity that a
pulled
home
back-
provides.
pulled
So
back the
what actions,
restrictiveness
if
of
any,
their
is the Federal
policy
Reserve
by
considering to better understand
implying
and to
that they were gonna
mitigate
turn
the
around,
impacts that your Basel III proposal may
pivot,
have on minority
but
borrowers?
now they're trying to kind of
which-
claw
who
back the pivot because
disproportionately rely
inflation
on
is going
high
up.
LTV mortgages
If you want,
due
you
to
can
the
go check
generational
out
wealth
my
gap that
Twitter, and if you go to like the
persists.
highlights, I have like a
We
bunch
are,
of the DD I've written over the
We've
last few
received
months.
comments, including many
saved there.
on the mortgage changes.
How you doing,
and
Rusty?
We understand the concerns, and, you know, we're looking very carefully at that. Haven't made any decisions, but, you know, we will announce them when we have.
Are you concerned that these shifts in risk weights will reinforce the decade-long retreat of banks from the mortgage market and push more originations to non-bank institutions?
That's a question that people are raising, and it's something we take very seriously, and we'll be taking that into consideration as we decide about that change, that recommended change.
Could you discuss why you feel it is necessary to include new requirements around
Not great, not
operational
terrible,
risk in
but
Basel
closer to
III in light
terrible.
of
Still a
recent
lot of
claims that it will
time spent
significantly
crying in the
increase
car.
the cost of or prevent banks from offering altogether necessary services such as underwriting,
Tid or
base
tid not,
investment advisory, or
NYCB,
insurance.
catch a prion disease
That is-
from
that is
Signature
one of the
Bank.
concerns that's been articulated about
It would
the
appear that they
proposed
have.
changes to operating risk.
Brett,
We take
thank
those
you so
concerns
much, man.
seriously.
Guys,
As
welcome
I
to
mentioned, we're in
Cornishon.
the middle of looking at these things. And
Give Brett a shout out for hooking you
in
up.
the process of coming to the question of what changes to make.
Well, I just would underscore the sense of urgency because the longer there's uncertainty in the market,
Oh, you got 'em.
creates really negative effects to end users, which are all of our constituents.
things never
who are looking to
change.
see these costs come down. Let me shift. This Congress, under the leadership of Ranking Member Waters and former CBC Chair Joyce Beatty, I've made it a focus of my efforts to educate my colleagues and the public at large on the far-reaching benefits of increased diversity in the workplace, in our boardrooms, and in society as a whole. Despite the efforts by
There's
some
like
on the other
250
side
likes.
to take away the very tools of economic opportunity that create inclusive work environments and improve performance, there has been a really misguided assault on everything from diversity, equity, and inclusion to other programs following the aftermath of the Supreme Court's
Just
ruling on
refresh it.
affirmative action. So Chairman Powell, as you know, your Office of Minority and Women Inclusion has a focus on this. So as we anticipate the upcoming release of your annual report on inclusion, would you be able to speak to the necessity of collecting this data that minority and women-owned businesses are included in the board's contracting and acquisition opportunities?
I do believe we collect that data, and we monitor that very carefully.
And why is it important?
Well, I think diversity in the workplace is an important thing, and you won't know how you're doing unless you measure it.
And just as the McKinsey Institute released in their Diversity Matters Even More report, companies that have more diverse management teams actually outperform companies that don't. That goes to the bottom line of our economy, and I wish my colleagues on the other side would stop their assault on diversity, equity, and inclusion and actually work with us to grow the economy
Gentleman's
for
time to
everyone.
expire. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Chairman Powell. Appreciate it. You're navigating a difficult situation where we've had stimulative economic policies from the Biden administration, in particular, excessive government spending, investment in infrastructure, specific tax credits. At the same time, we're seeing a regulatory environment from the administration that's also restricting economic growth. We've heard a lot about the Basel III endgame, which you have a chair of in your opening remarks.
You noted that high interest rates are impacting business investment in a negative way. High interest rates are also negatively impacting the housing market.
Any thoughts on Jimmy before
As
their
we
Q4?
look at Basel III
I mean,
Endgame, I've
they
heard
should
from
beat
a
earnings.
wide array of
Like,
stakeholders,
otherwise they've
from those that are
fucked it
commenting
all
on
up,
increase
right?
in bank capital standards, the negative impact that would have.
Because
on the
assume they're
housing
not going to
market,
have good
as well as from the
revenues for
business
the rest
community,
of the
the impact
year
that
because
would
they
have
have
on
no
their
growth
ability
structure,
to
right?
invest
So
in capital infrastructure.
this is
and
kind
increase
of
in
it,
employment.
right? Consumer
Does the
spending
broad
was way up
diversity
through
of
quarter
voices
four.
who
I mean, they
hold
should
concerns
benefit
on the
from
Basel
that.
III Endgame
If
concern
they
you?
don't, that's a big issue.
I would say that, I've
So
articulated
I
concerns,
think
and
Cohen's
we're reading
focus
those
has
comments,
probably
and
been
we're
on
very much
trying to get a
in the
positive
process
EPS,
of
positive
assessing what
revenues
we
for
need to do
quarter
to address
four.
them.
So that's what I
Thank
expect.
you. I appreciate your time on
that would
that.
give them
Shifting gears slightly, as you may know, the Securities and
not
Exchange
4
Commission
consecutive
held an open
quarters of
meeting today to
profitability, but
approve
a couple.
the final climate change rule. It's a significant
After that, I don't
regulation
think
that I think would have a
after
significant
this earnings,
impact
I don't think
on
there's
the
going to be a lot
economy.
of
Can you comment how
positivity
the
over
Fed
like the next year.
thinks
but
about the economic impact of
should
this new
be.
regulation or regulations more broadly, and in particular their impact on both inflation and on employment?
We don't comment on regulations of other agencies, sorry.
And you'll review that if it's
I'm
put
still
in
waiting
place, or
for
you'll review
earnings
the
to be
economic
announced,
impacts
but
as
I'll
the empirical
probably
data
take
comes forward?
We're not in the business
call
of
position
scoring,
or
I mean, CBO does that. They'll look at this and make a careful assessment of the economic impacts and budgetary impacts and that kind of thing.
Thank you. I'll shift gears again. One of your two mandates is to maximize employment in addition to maintaining price stability. And as you know, government hiring has accounted for a large share of total job creation.
Maybe he
More
just
than
bought
600,000
NVIDIA
public
on
sector
December
jobs
6th, right?
were created last year. The federal government now employs nearly 3 million workers. So when you're examining employment data, how does the Fed view the impact of the public sector employment growth relative to private sector economic growth? In other words, how do the two data points factor into your assessment of how the broader economy is performing?
So the jobs are jobs, right? But I think we would tend to look at private sector jobs to get a better assessment. Private sector job creation is a better indicator of kind of the private sector momentum in the economy. But we look at both. I mean, they both count.
Does the dramatic increase in the private sector number of jobs give you any pause or concern
momentum's
as it
kind of
relates to
shifting a little more
sector?
bearish.
In the public sector,
but
sorry if I misspoke. Yes, the public
I
sector.
wouldn't say it's very strong.
The public sector was unable to hire at the beginning because wages went up a lot in the private sector at the beginning of the pandemic inflation, and public sector can't respond to that. So there's some catch-up hiring going on there now. Now that things are settling down to normal, I think there's some catch-up hiring. I'm not sure it's an issue we're concerned about.
Okay, I'll shift gears in my final minute just to talk a little bit to get your perspective on the macroeconomic developments that are having an impact on our monetary policy, specifically as we think about the potential for a productivity boom from AI to work at home to other factors. The data is probably too early to tell whether or not we're having a true productivity view, but how does the Fed
Bear's
view
looking to reposition into the end of the
adoption
week?
of some of these new technologies,
No,
in
I don't
particular
think so.
AI as it relates to labor productivity?
So everyone's looking at AI for that question, and it's hard to say, actually. We've had really nice productivity in the last year.
What's the latest
but it's
rev?
probably
What are we
still very much
recklessly throwing
affected by
money
the
at in hopes of
post-pandemic
massive
factors that
bags?
we're seeing.
Well, it was
I think we need to
Beyond,
see
and
more
then
to
that
understand
ran a
what the
bunch on
longer-term
earnings.
AI certainly
And
has
I'm still waiting
the
to re-enter
capacity
it.
to either augment labor or to replace labor.
BNet
That's
a
key
little bit.
question. We really don't know.
And then we had a
which of the two
100%
will do.
run on shrimp.
Tons of money being invested in it,
That
and
was
so
fun.
it's likely to drive significant productivity. I would say right now, technology, but also higher labor mobility. A lot of people quitting during the really tight labor market, and also the
we in pennies now?
The rise in startups.
I'm not
there were
buying
a lot of
any
people
fucking
starting
shrimp.
companies during the
But I know a
pandemic.
bunch of people
Those are the
did.
kind of things that do add up to higher productivity over time. So there is hope that we'll see some productivity out of this.
Thanks for your comments today, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Other than GDP, what metric do we have to measure
Everyone yields
true
back. We'll go to
productivity?
the last question of
Inflation?
the day, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have several questions about some of the most common complaints that I've heard about Basel III Endgame. I have an open mind on the subject, but I want to hear your response to some of the arguments that have been leveled against it. First, the Fed has repeatedly
You've ignored
reassured
me
the
all
public
day. I
that the
didn't
banking
see you
system is well
writing.
capitalized. Yet the Fed is advancing Basel III on
Stuff.
the assumption that the banking system is undercapitalized. So the first question is, how do you reconcile the Fed's repeat assurances about a well-capitalized banking system with Basel III's assumption of an undercapitalized banking system? The second question, if the purpose of Basel III is to align U.S. banks with their banking peers elsewhere in the world, why is the Fed imposing requirements that are more stringent than those prescribed by Basel III? In other words, why is the Fed, quote unquote, gold plating? The third question is, how do you reconcile Basel III's recommendation for standardization with Congress's statutory requirement for tailoring? Standardization would seem to be in conflict or in tension with regulatory tailoring. And the fourth and final question, do you think that Basel III could have the unintended consequence of reinforcing the trend toward shadow banking, which would mean less regulation, not more? Is there a sense in which we are transferring risk from the regulated sector of the financial system to the deregulated sector? So I bombarded you with 4 questions, and I'll give you the time you need to answer them.
I'm going to have a hard time reading my handwriting here, but I'll start with yes to the fourth one. I'll give you that one because that is clearly a risk. We've seen intermediation activity moving out of the regulated system, and this has the risk of doing more of that. So what was, in a word or two, what was the one again?
Just you said, you testified and
capital, yeah.
repeat reassurances about the capitalization of the banking
So
system.
I addressed this in my remarks in the open board meeting. You know, higher capital is always going to add to safety and soundness, but there's a cost.
Right.
And so identifying the precise right level is very, very difficult. It's hard to do it objectively. I've said for years in these rooms that I thought that the level of capital in the U.S. banking system was about right. So I posed, and I voted for all these increases during Dodd-Frank, so I think it's a very fair question. We'll be looking at that. The second one was?
The concern about gold plating.
Yeah, NYCB
about gold plating?
Going under.
Oh, gold plating, yeah, no,
Right.
it is, and I said this in my public remarks, that we're exceeding the minimums with this proposal, and we also exceeded what the other big jurisdictions are doing, and so that's a
There's
question.
only about 3 people on this
That's a good
board that
question.
actually have
I'll
competent
agree.
questions.
And the third?
If that.
And the third
Most
is,
of them, I mean, it's just, it tells you a lot about what
I think you more or less, and standardization versus tailoring.
Standardization, it was something specific.
Yeah, so Congress passed a statute.
So these
requiring
meetings,
regulatory
they give you
tailoring.
a look at the
Basel III is
negative
in compliance with that
space
statute.
and what, you know, industry lobbyists are
You're
concerned
right.
with.
We do need to take on board the lessons of Silicon Valley Bank as it relates to the smaller, large banks. But we don't need to throw away the tailoring that's required by the law, but also that is appropriate if we're going to have a diverse banking system.
You know, the collapse of SBB was largely a story about liquidity risk.
This
and
is what
interest
this
rate
tells
risk,
you.
at the focal
That's what these
points
meetings
of Basel
give you
III are
insight
credit
into.
risk, market rate risk,
So
and
banks-
operational risk. Like, what is your response to the criticism that the Fed should
Corporations-
focus its energies on addressing the forms of risk that were responsible for the SVB bank failure rather than focusing on forms of risk that were largely unrelated to it?
So I agree with that, but I would say we are working on a package of liquidity measures which directly addresses the Silicon Valley Bank situation. We've also taken a lot of supervisory actions with other medium and small size banks that had a lot of uninsured deposits and a lot of real estate risk and things like that. So we've been doing quite a lot on the supervisory section that it doesn't require new rules.
And then finally, you know, as you know, the crippling cost of housing accounts for a third of inflation. One of the most powerful tools for producing and preserving affordable housing is the low-income housing tax credit, which has financed nearly 4 million units of affordable housing. The banking system accounts for 85% of LIHTC investments, and there's a concern that Basel III, in its present form, would diminish the availability of LIHTC and the amount of affordable housing development. And so I'm just curious, is that on your radar, and is that something you're willing to examine?
Yes, it is.
So with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. That's the
I'm
final
really
question
hoping
of
this
the day.
meeting
We
ends
committed to
on,
the
like,
chair that would be done with a hard stop by 1 p.m. It's nice when we can honor our commitments. So I'd like to thank Chair Powell for his testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days in which to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for his response. I ask you, Chair Powell, please respond as promptly as you possibly can. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
All right. Yeah, so the reason we listen to these, and you know, it's not just because it's funny to watch JPOW tell Congress people his actual job. It's because it does give you a lot of insight into what industry lobbyists are pushing for, what they want their representatives talking about, what they talking points they want brought up to the Fed, things they want, you know, being considered, right? And I think that meeting showed clearly that banks are very, very worried about reserves and reserve requirements. They do not want to comply with Basel. It is a stricter, it's, you know, it's actually more like a return to banking pre 1990s, right? Like back in the Glass-Steagall era. It really requires significant deposits or reserves in order for banks to participate in highly leveraged markets. Um, and yeah, they don't want that, right? That's gonna hurt their, you know, not only their net interest income, it's going to hurt their income from speculative assets as well. And banks really are not in a position right now to lose any revenues, right? But they should be. And that's kind of the problem, right? And you know, as much shit as we give Powell, most of the Fed agrees, right? That we really should implement these tighter restrictions on banks. That, you know, they should not be in a position where they are over leveraged with depositor money and have the potential to fail, right? Banks don't, well, they don't, right? They don't want a laissez-faire economy because then they're unprotected, right? So they want the political backstop, but they want it without restriction. So they want protection from failure, but they want to be able to leverage as much as feasibly possible. Can we take a moment to acknowledge how sad and disgusting it is that we watch these to see what our representatives are paid to think? I mean, they don't think any of this, right? It's just what they're paid to say. But yeah, I agree. But it actually does, you know, if you can look past, you know, hating all the Congress people and, you know, whatever politicized shit that, you know, you believe in, if you can look past all of that, there's actually a lot of value in the information from these. It's just not in the place where you'd think it would come from, which is the discussion. It's in the negative space and the topics of discussion, right? Was it generally hawkish, or do you think they're prepping to push higher? I think call positioning is strong. I think, you know, as I said yesterday, we're probably going to see some upside into the end of this week, probably into next as well as we approach CPI and PPI, SLD and OPEX, right? We're definitely going to have some positive charm going into OPEX, especially if we stay at these levels. I think the only way that really changes is if CPI and PPI are really bad and we fall substantially below local call support. But yeah, I mean, things look moderately bullish right now, and for the rest of the day probably too. Right now we have a little bit of negative momentum. I'm not sure that's going to drag us that much lower though. Right now there's pretty strong support at 15, so I would say that's probably about as low as this could drop without any kind of substantial sell-off. Thoughts on NYCB failing a la Silicon Valley Bank after looking to raise capital? Possible. Yeah, they're halting down a bunch today. I've been watching it. That's not a good look. No one's gonna come in to offer them capital at all, right? Because they'll just pick up their assets at liquidation in a month. But yeah, very very similar situation to SVB. GME to hell, Bob. So I'm not. Here's my only problem with GME. Like I said, I think it was yesterday, that if it started to break up, it was probably going to get a little bit of a run. But my big problem here is I'm not seeing any covering on the underlying. Like XRT's got a lot of pressure on it, but I think that's mostly just from IWM. And XRT's been running pretty hard now for a little while, which is really unusual, right? So I'm not sure GME's going to get a ton of covering on the underlying until after earnings. And my concern here would be that IWM, kind of starts to reverse course and we start to see short interest pour into XRT, which could kill a run pretty quick. But, upside targets, I would say like 1650 or 1850 are both possible. I don't have anything out right now because I'm waiting on the earnings announcement. So I wouldn't recommend selling covered calls into this. We still don't have the earnings announcement yet, so we don't have like a fixed date for earnings. Once that's a known factor, that could either offer up an opportunity to sell covered calls, or not, depending on where it falls in line with expirations. I mean, somebody asked me about Riley the other night, and I did some analysis on it. It looks super risky. I don't think it really looks like GME at all. There's a chance that the stock gets frozen. It's currently under investigation for fraud. NYCB's halted like fucking 5 times now. Why is Beyond not seeming the same love from IWM? Beyond's being shorted pretty hard today. It's starting to turn around now into the back half of the day, but probably not a lot of forced covering, so they're trying to take advantage of that. They still have to get those $8 calls out from underwater. So they're pushing for that, but I mean, Beyond's not down very much. It's only down like 13 cents today. It's still relatively in the same price range that I was targeting before for an entry. But it's got a little bit more room to the downside, I would say. I don't know, this is like an SEC investigation into Riley right now. Are people actually playing that? Guys, they're gonna fucking announce bankruptcy. Here's the problem, right? When their earnings are finally released, which they haven't released yet because of the pending investigation, but when they do finally release their annual report, there's a very good chance that it includes a need to file for bankruptcy. And if it does, Riley's gonna like go to nothing. It's gonna drop like a fucking rock. Was today generally dovish? No, I really don't think he said anything that was hawkish or dovish, right? Like he didn't confirm soft landing, he didn't confirm bank resiliency, he didn't confirm rate cuts. He didn't really say any of the things the Bulls really wanted him to say. He just didn't say anything the Bears wanted him to say either, right? Which is kind of what I expect out of these meetings, is that we just get a lot of flat. Good thing he didn't confirm bank resiliency while NYCB was running out of money. I wonder if he's getting like texts from like Bostic's just texting him like, yo, bro. And sending him like the Trading View NYCB chart. He was, in fact, cuckish. Good job, guys. Same old shorting, reg show, covering. Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Looking to bounce again. So it's on reg show right now. It was on reg show when it ran for earnings. I think shorts are trying to get their position back out from underwater, and then they're going to start netting off their reg show exposure and then clearing out the FTDs. And I think the process of clearing out those FTDs is going to see the price improve over the next like 40, 50 days. And then once it's off reg show, back to shorting again. Yeah, no one cares about the unaudited results though. If we slip 1510, I think we test 5100. If we slipped 10, we could. Yeah. 15, no, 10's too big of a support. I would actually be surprised if we test 15 here. $30.35. 4 and 267. I still think we have pretty decent call side interests and pretty good support at 41.13. 41.13 to 41.15. Delta is falling off a little bit here. We are getting a little bit of profit taking. That's part of what's driving the reversal in upside momentum. Futures are softly selling off, but they haven't really sold off like below support, right? And we would probably need a breakdown of like, we would probably need to fall below 51.20 to pick up any serious sellers on futures. There's also still a gap to the upside. I believe to 51.30.94. That's not filled. Which might matter. It's only 2 days old. Are we gonna chop at 51.19 for the rest of the day? That'd be fucking awesome, actually. So if bulls stabilize 20, then likely to start rebuying into end of day to continue the stabilization slight pump. That sounds reasonable. Yeah. There's a lot of options on the longer dated chain that are still very much concentrated around the 25 mark. Right? and you know, the range from 25 to 50 is still moderately weak. So I think there's a good chance that we close somewhere around like 25-30, with a slight margin of error for like end of day pumping. How many hours, days are SPX gaps valid for? It really depends on how far out of the range of the gap we move. There's like on this gap, we moved pretty far away from it. So there's a very good chance that the market makers already ate any existing loss on it, right? And there's no gap on futures. So there's probably no real significant gap in their hedging, right? So I mean, I personally feel like they get invalidated pretty quickly. That's why I don't put a lot of support into gap theory. Does Reg show affect stocks that don't have options chains but heavy amounts of shorts that are currently covering? It can, it can't, like that can go both ways. I don't think it's as important on stocks without options chains. Are we done with pimentos? Yeah, well, the pimento was a thesis based on the fact that a lot of positioning was shifting into the end of the pimento, and that's why I was bullish, because a lot of the bearish positioning on SPX at the time was falling off around the date that the pimento ended, which was like October 14th or whatever. 1 second. That looks like a big Head and Shoulders on SPX. Or just an uptrend, right? That's some pretty serious shorting here. Sell the 30. 90. $21.30. Shit. Hmm. Interesting. There's a lot of factors besides just being on Reg Show that cause stocks that are on Reg Show to run. I'm not going to get into the whole fucking thing right now, but I mean, I would have to look into those far more deeply to make any kind of accurate assessment. Mm. Hmm. I could do 25.40. Although I'm not really a huge fan of that. Next will also be a close under 25. I'm gonna take a shower. Wish me luck. All right. Why are we so bullish? Lots of call buying, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, mostly lots of call buying. Also, we got a bounce on futures. It's helping. I want to take a position here, but I feel like I'm being a little greedy. And I should just wait. How big is the gap to the upside? It's 27 to 30, 94. It's like $4, $3. I guess it's like $3. Is 72 days not enough theta for beyond? I think that's sufficient. Just remember, near term, there's still a risk it could fall off of Reg Show. So the more theta you have, the more protected you are if that were to happen overnight. So beat it either at $1.15 tomorrow or 75 cents based off the expected earnings move. How does this affect options IV when they're priced so low? Probably significantly. I don't think the expected move is going to be all that accurate. Also, earnings is tomorrow night, so today's earnings move, like the full earnings move, wouldn't be priced in yet today. I know people always joke about cup and handles, but is BTC currently in one? Could be. Yeah, it's going to need to pull back quite a bit before that's confirmed. You'd be looking for like a return back to like 32 into bullish consolidation, like 30, 32, maybe 33. I don't know. I haven't looked at like the long-term BTC chart in a little while, but I would say somewhere around there. Like 35 to 50% pullback from the high test. I still haven't taken a position on Beyond yet. I'm going to take a small position, like probably in the next couple of days, and then start DCAing it. Today's the first day I'm considering taking one, though. Despite call dad, NVIDIA will carry the market through a systemic banking crisis. How? All their cards are being bought with loans. If those loans don't happen, right? When everything you're selling is being financed, and then the route to financing collapses, then how do you get paid? Remember, NVIDIA hasn't been paid any of that money yet. I mean, the price of the underlying doesn't change the situation. NVIDIA will loan H100s to the FDIC. Okay, never mind. That actually solves all the problems. I mean, it's not like I've been short NVIDIA since 380. I've just, I mean, like, once it got past like 400, it was pretty obvious that it was just gonna keep rocketing until the bubble pops, right? But there's still a cyclical chip manufacturer. The bubble will pop. Because I think a lot of NVIDIA's price improvement is just due to covered call ETFs. There's quite a few of them that use NVIDIA. And most of the like stair stepping NVIDIA has done has just been like, it finds a level, right, where you know the bull pump from whatever earnings or news is over, right? Then like 40 ETFs come in and sell covered calls right above spot. Then Nvidia moves up and squeezes out those covered calls, and then it moves up like 20 fucking percent. And then the same shit happens all over again, right? This has been going on for months. It's like GME, but in reverse. Generally curious on how it adds this much market cap every day. Yeah, so that's it. Today was rough. Found out last night a report I sent to 150 shareholders had an error in the underlying data, so it was all wrong. Ew. Stayed up till 4 a.m. distributing new data, but my call's printed. Nice. Yeah, the derivative leverage hedge funds probably like ETFs probably also have a lot of effect on that too. Ericsson's been forming a bottom for years. One might even start to think that it's just bottomed. Have they adjusted the JOLTS data yet? It's almost 2 o'clock. It's about time. Ooh, there it is. Man, I kind of want to short this. I know it's really bad, but I do. The market might have like one more little breakdown in call interest. I think we're like kind of starting to get one right now. See, but the way vol's moving, it looks like they're still de-risking. They sold a lot of vol yesterday and the day before on the drop. They sold a lot yesterday. They almost sold back all the exposure that had been de-risked yesterday. Or at least on the SPXW. Not quite on the monthly chain, but close. Hey, look. Can we lose 15? I don't know if that's possible. Ooh, we did. Interesting. Big spike in vol. Hello. And we lost 10. Okay, that's pretty bearish. That's more than I expected. Right when you want to just short NVIDIA, I know. And now NVIDIA's like too far away from 900. I can't short it anymore. Hmm. I would lose $15 in one candle. This is the SPX. Welcome back. Ooh. I miss VIX over 14. Wait till we get VIX over 16. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Can you please check on Dork? I go take a shower and this shit happens? It's because you took a shower. I had a 50-20 that I sold in that bull trap. Ouch. That wasn't a bull trap. That was just a double top. Not even just in hindsight, but like, generally you don't sell puts when you're setting at resistance. I'm not gonna get into it. That sucks. I mean, I feel like I gave you guys a minute of warning. I will say that one moved pretty quick. Stops for the win. Yeah, yeah. Make sure you have stops in this environment. Both ways. You can't. I don't think we're quite in the position where you can just open calls and hold them forever. This looks super bearish, but I'm guessing it didn't take me saying that for you to realize. No, no. There was a little bit of indication that it was gonna maybe fail, but definitely not this hard. This is nuts. Do I even bother fucking hedging this off? Fucking vol is still so high. I guess I do, because it's just 70 cents. What caused the sell-off? Just a bunch of calls closed. Well, looks like there might have been some de-risking short puts. That's about it. No other really big notable changes. Yeah. Yeah, mostly that. Calls are buying back pretty hard on the dip. Still bearish overall. How are futures? Futures regained support, but they could lose it again. Dude, if this closes under 30, but above 25. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see, 205, 135. Ooh, neato. Check TM. We got. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not entirely confident that that's bullish, though. Like, I'm not sure this is actually a bullish reversal, right? I think this could still fail. Although I've locked in my profits, Dork. I would very much like a close between 128 and 131. That's a good trick. It's stress relieving. Again, careful with this bounce. Don't try to I wouldn't try to go too long on it. That could be really risky. No, SPX isn't frozen, but it's just this may not be as bullish as it appears. I think they'll keep pumping, but if they fail to keep pumping, we could drop really hard again. fake meat doing anything? I don't think so. No, just chilling at like $8. I still really wanted to get below 8 because that's like kind of the last level where there's a shitload of sold calls. It just hasn't fallen below them yet, which is kind of annoying. What earnings are today? I don't think anything important. She's Wednesday, right? So we have... Yeah, nothing important. There were some important ones this morning. We had like some retail shit like Abercrombie and Fitch, Foot Locker. I think Campbell's was this morning. Tonight, I don't think there's much. Tomorrow's, I think, more retail shit. It's like Kroger, Big Lots. PBR has earnings tomorrow night. So does Costco, Broadcom. Those will be important. Yeah, watch. Careful with this failure. Should I just take profit on these? Those are up an awful lot. Just leave the hedge. Yeah, I'll just leave the hedge. There's still, like, the 0 GTA call positioning isn't breaking down enough yet. 25-30 broke down a bunch, but there's still quite a lot at 10 and 15. So even if we test like 5100 here, unless we lose 5100, we could still end the day between 10 and 20. Would you go short? I mean, I kind of am already. Damn. Huh. Weakening dollar is great for inflation as well, right? No. What's it look like under 5100? There's actually not. I mean, as far as zero DTs go, there's almost nothing. If we go further out on the chain, pretty bearish down to like 75. And then call side support around 75. 80 to 75, I would say. This is so much fun. Huh. It's like shoots and ladders, yeah. Except just shoots. The video is losing its uptrend. It's starting to. $100's important if we don't hold it. Actually, 100 might be important even if we do hold it. Hold on. I want to sell more spreads. Can I sell at 85? Ugh. God, those aren't good. I almost wish we'd fail a little bit here. That's definitely bottomed out. That's still failing. That doesn't look great. Testing the bear signal on ES. Somehow the 5-bagger had some hard times recently. You're literally life-changing. And I know how much I hope you know how much it means to all of us. Thanks, man. Congratulations. I hope it helps. Yeah, I'm looking around 30 to 45 DT for Theta. I'm probably going to be looking at like $9 to $12 strikes. I'm not really settled on a specific target yet because like gamma neutral and delta neutral are going to move more. But I would say probably like 9 or 10, like 9 to 12. Somewhere in there is where I'm going to do the majority of my buying. I literally can't tell if calls or puts. I hate hesitation. No, I was talking about Beyond. Looks like Benny Clever over at Morgan has taken some heavy losses. JPM has not changed their SPX price target this year. It still remains at 4,200. Sad banana. I mean, I want to buy Dole, but it's not time, right? I can't buy Dole till it's back under $9 again. Which either means one day I'm going to buy a lot more Dole, or I'm never going to buy Dole again. How's PBR doing today? Nice. I wonder if I should close out the rest of my $18 calls before earnings. Your spread you're prepping to sell, will the buy of 5130 affect your current 5130, 5135 spread? No. Are you talking about the debit spread I opened to hedge it off? That was just in case like we bounce back to the same level, right? Because I lock in like half of my profits from the credit spreads that way. And then if we close at like 51.25 to 51.32, I make a shitload of money. But at any other price, I just make like I think it's like 252 or something. But no, I mean it'll be a day trade, but it won't affect my other sold puts. That's on 25p's on Upstart for April. Yeah, the FOMC meeting could be really bad for them. You're kind of, at that point, you're kind of betting that the Fed cuts back on rate cuts. So you're hoping the Fed moves from like 3 cuts to 2 or 1 at the FOMC. Is it bad? I feel like returning to 25 is possible. It is. Although I would say that like 10, 15 is more likely. It's still really early though. We have another 2 hours. So I would say that yeah, it's definitely a little bit possible. I'm kind of trying to figure out if I should be selling puts here. I feel like I should be, but maybe I'm just retarded. I've been hanging out with you guys a lot. You're trying to sell bull puts? Yeah, I'm thinking about it, Derek. I mean, I don't have the confirmation of you telling me that's really stupid yet. See, now I don't want to. I don't know. Risk management tried to step in yesterday and I got fucked. That was not my fault. Don't you put that evil on me. I still made money. That's all that matters, right? NYCB is going to wait till close to release their news. Possibly. Yeah. Looks like people might be a little bit worried. Does that market dumpy count as a 900 rejection for NVIDIA? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it definitely means that sold calls at 900 are applying a little bit more pressure to the price action. I love the older, younger brother dynamic you guys have. Dirk is still just a Padawan, but he's getting there. He's getting better. The market's not worried about NYCB. Bank Index is doing okay. Isn't it down like 122 points? Also, Yeah, isn't it down 122 points? Build liquidity for another ride down. So a lot of calls have fallen off, but I think we're stabilizing. 5100's a big wall to cross. It's going to be hard. Unless we break down in after hours or something. I think it's a pretty strong support. Now, we could see more calls sell off. But right now I kind of like the buying that's going on. Another leg down? Maybe. It's still possible. I think it'd be weaker, but we could get one more. I will say tomorrow doesn't look particularly bullish right now, though. Like the longer time frames, momentum looks pretty bad. And today is kind of still just a big bear flag, right? After we broke down out of the megaphone the other day. Like this is just like, and then it's kind of holding the bottom range. That's probably not bullish. But we have testimony again tomorrow, so neutral positioning could just prop everything back up. Gold is coming down now. Is it? Yeah, I don't know about that. Oil's coming down a little bit. Failing to fill that gap. Interesting. suggested a spread and then closing the sold put on confirmation. What spread width do you recommend for something like that? Probably pretty wide. That way you can get more confirmation before closing. I mean, I don't know, like 100, 50 or $100, something like that. I would want it wide because I would want to make sure that we were getting the break of 5,000. CB raises 1 billion. Oh man, that's terrible. What's the floor if Beyond slips off reg show? Like $5.50. Hmm. Hmm. I might still slip a little bit more. Hmm. I had to go up more for that. Carvana's back down. This is back up a little. Huh. Pick up 90 bips and 4 candles. 1 billion is 1/7 of their market cap 2 weeks ago. It's probably not going to be enough money, but until they find out it's not enough money, it'll be bullish. Where does MM want this to finish? I think the MM's actually pretty happy right around here. Yeah. Yeah, I think MM will like 51.12 maybe. 51.10 to 51.12. Kind of right in that range. Ooh. No, it didn't fill yet. I might be priced a little too high. $2. Yeah, I think I'll just sell this one. It still doesn't look very bullish. Just wait. There's no reason to be impatient. I think the bull mayo is just splattered for now, but I still think they'll want to claw some of it back before close. So now I can sell the fucking this one. $2. There we go. Well, I got to sell the 195 for $2. Might put in another sell order for sell one more at like 250. Just in case we get the test of VIX 15. Like that. Where's this testing if they lose 5100? If we lose it substantially, we could test as low as 75. But I would say 85 is the next important support. Nice beyond volume. Ooh, yeah, getting close to $8. Still not there yet. Puts got super expensive. Yep, that's what happens when VIX goes up. Are the forward returns on volatility in the room with us? Oh, they're very close. Negative 0.33. Looks like all those treasury buyers want a hedge. I'm crying right now. I set limit sells instead of stops before the drop. Hurts. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Been a meeting. Expectations for the rest of the day. I think we hold 5100. We might close around 5110, 5115. There's a small chance the bulls try to regain the 2025 levels, but they'll need to do a lot more buying if that's going to be the case. Downside momentum starting to fade off though after the drop here. So things should start to stabilize pretty. So they're already kind of starting to stabilize, but they should stabilize a little bit more over the next like hour. And then we should see some vol shorting. Yes, 5100 strong. It's not weak. It's a pretty important level. It was resistance, I think, this morning too. We all know bulls like to buy. Yep. Well, I think more importantly, a bunch of bulls got burned on the drop, so they'll probably be fighting for getting some of their positioning back. Like, there's definitely bulls at 20, 25, 30 that got fucked really hard, and a decent number of them. And there's still bulls at 10 and 15 that are currently fucked, so. If I see this develop a little more, I might go like long something out of the money into close. I don't know what yet, but this isn't quite where I want. Like, Vol hasn't come down enough yet that I'm comfortable with that, but I might get like a 15 or a, I don't know. How much is the 15 call? It's probably overpriced. $3. Maybe a little later. I'll pick something like that up. All right, out of the money puts printed for all of my call losses. How do people lose money? You should know better than anyone, Matthew. Don't let a couple wins get to your head so quickly. Made some money today, learning slowly. Thank you, Gherk. No problem, man. It wasn't a burn. It's just, it's accurate. Now remember, 60 minutes to expiry is too much theta. Sometimes. Dude, Boeing's still fucked, man. Might be kind of obvious with the earlier bulls push it up. More likely they regain. Also, there's news there. The FAA is gonna make a decision on the 737 Maxes sometime in like the next week. Careful with that. At least find out the date of the report, because if they're liable for everything, they're gonna be fucked so hard. I know you've been doing better. I pay attention. But don't get cocky yet. Get cocky when you've got a few mil in the bank. Do you think Walken's still waiting to be unbanned? He'll be unbanned one day. If NVIDIA breaks 900, will it continue to rocket? Yeah, it'll squeeze out the short calls at 9. God, I want a long Google right now. I have a few mil in my heart. Alright, so 195s. I gotta add these. Sell puts. 95. 3. Buy put 100. That's backwards. There we go. Well, that improves things a little bit. What are those? 922, 705. There we go, Dork. There it is. Can I be cocky with a few mil in credit card debt? As long as you have a good bankruptcy attorney. What's your reason for not going long Google? I'm not sure I have a good one yet. Mostly I'm thinking about theta. And taking a position here is a decent amount of risk. If I want to become such a good trader, what's the quickest way to learn all this? There's no easy route. It's going to take time, practice, and experience. Start with paper trading. Start with the reading materials. I have a bunch of recommended books over on the subreddit, which there should be a link for below if you look in the wiki. I would begin with that. And that's just the start of it, but you know, it's a good start. Figure it probably takes the average person 2 to 3 years to become competent at a level where they're just not like blowing up a port every day. How much are you to do an audiobook of options as a strategic investment? We've been over this before. It's someone else's IP. Like I can't just make an audiobook of it and sell it to people. It's not 10 years. It's about 2, which is what I said in the beginning. For some people, it's about 2. And we're starting to see that now, right? We're starting to see more and more of the once very shitty traders kind of stop losing money, which is the first step to making money. Just get sued and pay the fine. Buy the IP. That shouldn't really be the takeaway, Crunchy Pie. The only time I lose money is when I'm full bear. I feel like a lot of people choose the moment to be full bear really poorly. I also feel like they make money and then just don't take those profits off the table. If you guys had $1 for every dollar you made in 2023 shorting SPX, you'd have a lot more dollars. I know, because everyone got saddest at the bounce every time. We'd drop like 2%, 3%. Everybody's puts would print. Then we'd bounce the next day and they'd be like, well, I'm broke. I give up. So maybe just close those, right? Instead of buying puts for millions of dollars in gains, just buy puts for gains. And then close them when they're worth more money than you paid for them. So I hear you talking, but the window is frozen. Chart's frozen. Oh. There. Nice, Maeve. Well done. It's taken me 3 years to overcome the bad habits of luckily having puts during the COVID crash and calls during GME's first run. What if I'm broke, I give up, is what I say to myself every day. Keeping yourself grounded, Nuke. Head out in 20 minutes to do the thing. Alright, man. Have fun. You should bring a snack for everybody. Or just you. Just bring, you know what, fuck that. Bring snacks for you. I get that it's mostly risk management. Does that require trading long and short term? Well, swing trading's far more profitable than day trading. And it has a much higher success rate, but it requires much deeper knowledge of position management. So, someone asked me about Zebra earlier. I forgot to answer that. Zebra options or like Zebra strategies. I mean, they're okay. They're not great on GME. Mostly because your out of the money calls are fucking worthless. So when Ivy's at its bottom and you want to go long, the out of the money call is worth nothing because everyone sold the shit out of it. I still lost less money than I borrowed in one semester at grad school. Yeah, that's not bad. But if you're serious, if you're really serious about it, it's something you want to be good at, you know, take the steps to be good at it. Don't just barrel in with all your money and try to get rich quick, because it won't happen. You'll lose your money. You laugh, but I made so much money on those 2 events that I thought every trade would be 1000x profits. I held so many contracts to 0, thinking just one of them would make up for it. Yeah, I mean, even for me, getting out of like, going into like early 2022, getting out of the whole fucking GME bullshit market was, it was definitely a shift. But you have to be able to do that, right? Like that's a big part of being a trader is you have to be flexible. If you become inflexible, you can lose a lot. And that's something that affects everybody. This is him saying, stop ghosting my trades. I've been saying that for 3 years. I don't think anyone's ever listened. I've been here 3 years, only now consistently profitable, and I'm still using a paper account. But I mean, yeah, you're getting there though. You'll have another learning curve ahead of you as you move to real money, but it's important to be profitable. And I mean, more important than being profitable is just not losing money. It's always going to be rule number 1. You never said that. I sold 240 GME shares for 21 DTE calls December of 2021. No hedge. I'm a different person now. Are 419 $12 calls for Beyond too greedy? Given that we're coming from $8 or lower, I mean, I wouldn't make it the majority of my positioning. I don't even think those have that much theta now, right? Those are, what did I just do? Oh. Those are, well, they're just 45, oh, just under 45 days. I mean, so it's fine to get some out of the money positioning. You just don't want that to be where you're concentrated, right? Crypto is a nice trading ground. It's yes and no. Crypto is good for learning execution, but it's got an inherent bias towards, you know, technicals because it's a sentiment based market. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that trading crypto translates well to equities. I mean, it translates to better trading skills, but not necessarily to better analysis. I'm going to be going through the using real money phase soon. Just some real trades, but mostly PT. PT's been very profitable, 25K to about 100K 4 times in the last 12 months. Any tips on making the transition? I mean, start with a amount of capital that you're comfortable with. If you're doing 25K ports to 100K, like 25 to 100K in paper trading, repeat that with real capital, right? Don't a mistake a lot of people make is they'll trade paper accounts like at 25K and then they'll be like, well, I want to be careful when I move to real money, so I'll trade 5K. And trading a 5K port is kind of a lot different, right? So, and also like much higher chance of failure. TA works too well on crypto. It makes you think TA works well on stocks. It's not that much better, but it's better. It's enough that yeah, you'll develop biases. My focus on technicals probably makes a lot more sense to you under that context, I guess. Maybe. No problem, Max. Size kills, trade small, trade often. That's not always true either. Like, okay. To a degree, yes. I think it's more about managing size and keeping your ratios similar than it is just size. Like, I mean, you know, a $25,000 position and a $25,000 port is a very big deal, right? But a $25,000 position and $1 million port's nothing. So it's define size correctly, right? It's really just a ratio of your total capital. Percent risk. Looks like Jimmy's done the run. That was the most action it's seen in months. What a ride. Dork is gone. Bips, bips, bips. Later, Dork. Have fun, man. Depends on time frame too. Scalping versus swinging. Well, you need more capital allocation in swing trading anyway because you need to manage your positions. But generally your returns are outsized. The problem with the biggest problem a lot of people have with swing trading is you usually spend most of your time swing trading underwater. Unless you devote a lot of capital right up front, you can spend a large period of that time underwater. And it's managing that being underwater like that without going too far underwater, right? I think recently we had like a Netflix short that was a really good example of this. It was like a 560 put weekly, and then on a breakdown a 550 500 debit spread for the next month, right? And this was like 30 DTE at the time. And so this printed, right? Like we got like a drop from like 70 to 50, like 2, I think. And then, you know, that got closed out, and then, you know, the debit spread got opened, right? But then Netflix stabilized on gamma neutral and started to move up, right? And so it's in this situation, right? Like you're still, I mean, your debit spread's paid for, but you don't want to lose the money that you made off of the 60 weekly, right? So, you know, you have to manage this position. And, the first thing you want to do is probably free up the put, right? So you close out like the 500p short, right, as its value drops. And then, but then you've got this like kind of raw 550p that's just burning theta and losing delta. And so, and you've got an established trend to the upside. So then what you start doing is, you start selling like the 560p weekly, right? And then you sell the 570p weekly against it, right? And you try to hedge off those losses as the trend continues to move away from you. And, if you do it correctly, which I think a few people did, and then a couple of people fucked it up, it's not easy, right? But if you do it correctly, you end up kind of back where you started, and you've kept all your money. So you got a chance at the bigger drop, even though it didn't happen. You didn't lose money finding out, right? And then if the drop had happened, boom, you make a lot of money. What happened to NYCB? They did a capital raise, which tells the entire world they need money, and then they didn't get a lot of money out of it. Yeah, so you don't pay the extrinsic value, and yeah, your max loss is the debit paid. But I mean, your max loss for buying a leap is also the debit paid. I find that synth longs tend to be a lot better because this is kind of unique to GME, and that's why the zebra is not great. Is when you're bottomed out on GME, right? And IV is low, puts are expensive. But calls are cheap. And so, if you buy the at the money leap, right? So you buy two, like right now, like at the money, like 15s, and then you sell like the 20 leap, right? You get a little bit of a discount, but not very much. Especially not if you were to sell like the $10 put. Right. And so it's almost better to go with the synth long than it is to go with like the zebra. Also, this has fixed returns, which I don't like. MICB opens at 418. You sold one at the money call, buy two in the money calls. So you're doing a back spread? I thought it was two once, buy two, sell one. Hold on one second. All right. Buy 2 in the money, sell 1 at the money. It has unlimited upside capped. Yeah, it's just a ratio spread. I mean, that's what it is. I don't know where you got the terminology zebra, but I've heard it before. It's just a ratio spread. So you're still okay. So the difference is instead of selling the out of the money call, you're selling the at the money call to buy 2 in the money. So you have slightly more upside leverage, and then on the downside, I still think a synth long is better. I can show you. Hold on. So go. So you go Jan 25, right? And then you're what? You're selling the in the money. So you sell a 10, what, buy 15s. Over time, you know, like right now, you know, your break even would be spot, right? But over time, your break even's gonna move further and further out of the money, right? Now you've got a pretty low cost, but you need price improvement. You know, by the end of the year, you're gonna need price improvement. You know, in excess of like 22.88, right, to break even on the entirety of the position. And so really you're entering this hoping that price improvement occurs sooner than that. And if it doesn't, you're probably going to sustain somewhere near max loss, because this is kind of like where GME is valued, right, between $10 and $15. And it's, you know, it's pretty unlikely under at least current conditions that GME is going to do that. Whereas if you just went with the synth long or like even a long combo, right? You could sell the 10, buy the 15, and your debit's not much better, but at the end of the year, like you spend a little bit more on the debit, right? But not a lot. It's like $100. But by the end of the year, your break even's at 18.27, which is $4 lower. And should a move happen before that, right? Your break even stays pretty close to spot where you bought it, right? It's not really until like the last 45, well, like last like 60 days to expiry that you really start to see that break even move further away. So I personally would prefer the synth long, but yeah, you could do the other. Futures losing support, not really. Just testing it again. Zebra stands for zero extrinsic back ratio, a term coined by Liz and Jenny in their Tasty Trade show, but it's not like zero, right? There's still some risk. That's cool, but why not just buy calls like a G? Some people aren't good with the timing, or they exit too soon. They don't like sustaining losses. There's a lot of reasons. Some people get really flighty with drawdowns. There's a ton of positions that just exist because people get panicky. I still think a synthetic long is better. I think you have a better break even and better profitability in the near term. And if you can really catch like the peak of like put skew on GME, which isn't right now, but it was like a couple weeks ago, we might see it again in like a month or so, right? But if you could really catch that peak where put skew is really high on GME, you can even get that like leveraged, right? You could get like you could get the $10. Hold on, I'll show you. Where is it? There it is. So yeah, if you get like, so you get like the, let's see what this was at. I'll try to. Not had a lot of volume on it. It's been mostly $1.80. That can't be right. So you can get this like $1 higher, right? And then you do the call. You could even leverage the call. And while that doesn't seem very interesting here, right? It's a lot more positively sensitive to volatility because you're not selling the vol, right? And so you get a lot more price improvement from increases in vol, and your break even, like I said, is better. So say volatility on Jimmy bumps 40% and it runs to 20, you get a like 100, like say by May, you get 131, 127% return. Even and you actually get more if you just do the straight synth long, right? You get like 219% return versus your position, which would be like this. This would be like 140% return in the same period. 113 if you don't sell the other call deep enough in the money, right? So it's almost 100% less return on a run in the next 90 days. It's hard to tell if bulls are building liquidity. You mean positioning? A little, not really. I mean, they still have positions at 105, 110, 115. No, I think he got it from Tasty Trade. It's not that. It's that I don't mean just people don't like taking losses. I mean like people will start to take a loss, they'll panic and they'll close a perfectly good position, right? Where's Google headed? I'm not sure. But it's below delta neutral, so that could be exceedingly bearish. or it could be it's ready to reverse. You expect to open up or down tomorrow from here? Probably in the same range, right? We have testimony like right away again tomorrow. I don't. Do we have non-farms tomorrow? No, non-farm is Friday, right? Yeah, so not a lot of overnight news. I guess we have balance of trade in the pre-market. That might have some effect. If there's like a surprise. I don't think the EU is going to raise rates, but they do have their rate decision in the pre-market. So I guess there could be a little bit of volatility overnight, but probably not much. How do I get more day trades? $25,000. You can open several accounts for less than $25,000. So you can open like 5 accounts with $2,000 in each of them, and then you have 3 day trades a day. There's a few ways around it. You can learn to box your trades if they're profitable. But I mean, ultimately having trades is important. So you want $25,000, right? That's really the key. Get 25,000 with a box? I mean, you gotta pay interest on it. Also, what fucking you need the you need the collateral, right? I think one bounce off the 5090. Maybe 5095. 90 and 85 are still call walls, so some of the 10, well, no, not really. Yeah, I would say 95 is probably a support. Still. Futures looks like it has pretty okay support here. Momentum's not really picking up significantly, so and it's maybe about to turn slightly positive after this drop. So I would say like whatever the range on this is, but that's probably the bottom right there. Like this wick. There's not a lot of put interest below 5,100 right now. And then remember, end of day, everyone's going to position neutral, right? Around 5,100. Or, well, around spot, which is currently 5,100. Yeah, there would be a lot of Vega risk overnight if it closes below 5,100. That's why I sold the 5,100 5095s, because I think they'll try to push back on that Vega risk. Tesla 175 should be an okay support. How's it holding up? It's doing pretty, yeah, it's holding up. If it finds support for too long, you're gonna get put capitulation. So careful. I closed my Tesla puts yesterday. Which may have been a bad idea, but I was pretty happy with it. Gherkin doesn't have any data on the other screen. Just a big MACD chart. I'm extra zoomed in on it though. No, I don't have MACD open on anything. That would be disgusting. Beyond's still a little above 8. Are you still expecting 750? I'd like it. I don't know. I mean, I expect vol shorts to do what's in their best interest, which is to get the $8 calls out from underwater. So far, they haven't done a great job, though, right? It's been a little difficult for them to get the price down after earnings. Hmm. Non-stop call buying right now? No. Very, very little. There's like a little bit of call buying, but not non-stop. Definitely not even a lot. It picked up like a couple thousand delta. Dow's pretty weak. Also, vol. It's becoming increasingly hard to get vol down. Remember, leverage is reduced, right? Like total leverage. Dollar dropping is really not helping things either. Is Bulgurk playing BNED earnings? I have a BNED position that's long. So, I mean, earnings will likely affect that position. What about put selling? Is there a lot? There's a little bit of put selling going on right now. It'll probably pick up in aggressiveness if we go above like 105. Where do we get 25,000? Well, you could try earning it. I can't quit you. Thank you so much, Red Ranger. Is NVIDIA rolling over? I mean, it hasn't bounced back up again. But, I mean, I don't think $12 is like a difficult range for NVIDIA to pump through. There's resistance at 900. And NVIDIA is significantly above Gamma Max still, but Gamma Max is rising. Please provide the next time of the weekly GM test on SPX to the 15-minute candle or shill. I now have 8 different ports. What have you done to me? That's not even that many. It's not making a big deal out of it. They're well capitalized though, so thank you. Good. I mean, this is, ports are just like files, right? It's your fucking, or tabs on your browser. You don't fucking do all your browsing from one tab. You don't keep all the files in your computer in one folder. I hope. I heard everything you said for 3 years, but just in case, tell me again. I thought you were doing good, managing your risk better. What happened? Did you fuck it up? Keep doing that. That thing that was working briefly for you? I don't have any disk space. It's all stored on RAM. I scaled up and out. Up and out of money. Don't scale. Yes. I keep my files in the bed of my Dodge Ram. I was flat for 2 months and I got cocky. Well, don't do that next time. Don't scale. Just avoid it at all costs. It's difficult and it'll chew up all the money you have. That's everyone's first reaction to making a little bit of money is, ooh, I can scale up now. And then they get blown up because they're not used to managing positions at scale. Straddles are scalable to an extent, yeah. Why? I mean, still within the confines of your total portfolio risk management. You shouldn't be dedicating like 100% of your capital to your straddle position. Why do you always target me with these broad-based accusations? You really do love scaling, don't you, Nick? But that's just because you have a severe gambling addiction. It has nothing to do with trading or your ability to trade. Thank you for your stream and teaching every day. Thanks, man. No problem. I appreciate it. We are one. Bank 60K, lose 80K the next day. Maybe just stop trading shit coins into the BTC top. Yes, we know about your dreams of owning a Panda Express. Brett. I have that issue. I started moving all the profits out of my account until I'm ready to scale. Now I just need to make profits. Has Apple reached oversold yet for a little bounce? I think there's an okay, sure. It might start to flatten out a bit over the next few days and pull back, but I think there's a broader problem with Apple that shouldn't be overlooked, and that's the fact that they're trading at multiples that they simply can't sustain. I managed to make 7 today. I would have been 2.7 were it not for my bare paper hands. Happens. Say it with respect. What, the Panda Express? I don't know. Fuck Panda Express. They got rid of Beijing beef, which is the only good thing they sold. That's the 100K dream. 60K is to retire next to one. Oh, I see. No, fuck honey walnut shrimp. I'm not eating shrimp at a fucking Panda Express. They got rid of Beijing beef when? I don't know. I was drunk like a couple weekends ago, and I went into one, and they didn't have any fucking Beijing beef. And I was like, where's the Beijing beef? And they're like, we got rid of it. And then I left. I had it last week. Interesting. I stopped eating at Panda Express when it became clear they're not actually serving panda meat. I'm not eating that garbage if it's standard farm stock. The only people who think Panda Express is good are from the Midwest. Listen, man, at least it's got vegetables in some of it. Here's what I don't get. Why does fast food hate vegetables so much? They're so much cheaper, right? Like produce is infinitely cheaper. Is it just because when you have 20 idiots running your business? Yeah, because it's perishable. It's just too hard to keep up with the food safety. Interesting. Popcorn Trader would say because you can't sell vegetables, Gork. Ooh, gross. Breakdown. I don't like this aggressive bearishness. This shit needs to stop. Fast food caters to Americans. If there's one thing we hate, it's vegetables. I mean, you can fry vegetables too. We're supposed to be like Doge or Dodge? I have a lot of used cars, and I think I messed up. Neither? Or like I like the buying Doge thing was temporary. I wonder if her big drop earlier was someone selling $1 billion to shore up NYCB. I don't know if the kernel's been popped. I assume. Wendy's has salads. Oh, yeah, but those are gross. Wendy's is gross. It was better back when Dave Thomas ran it. Wasn't he racist? Who knows? Probably. Salad with chili on it? Gross. Absolutely. Any significant amount of puts or calls coming in to move this thing out of the $10 range? I mean, there's already calls and not enough puts. Also, like half the puts that were just at 50.95 immediately capitulated on that test, so we're starting to get some more put selling now. And a little bit of call buying. End of day pumpies? I don't know. Like, all the bullish positioning's been mostly falling off all day. Maybe. I still kind of just think like 5,100 to 5,115. There's still a lot of calls at 10. 110. Overnight straddle? Yeah, probably will. You ever eat Tommy's chili burgers? No, I don't think so. There weren't a lot of them around anymore. Make it close between 5110 and 5115. Please and thank you. I can't make it do anything. Big Dill, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much.
Cornishon.
Nope, never tried that. Putting flaps. How many NVIDIA 400Ps are you going to buy before OPEX? None? Still think 5180 by end of the week. Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't know. If NYCB fails, that could fuck shit up. Do you know if JLW is still with us, or has he moved on? Actual question. I think he's still around. I saw him reading something in the SPX chat the other day. I should hold my Tesla put for longer yesterday. I couldn't pay attention too closely, so I sold it for 100. It could have been 800. Ah, yes. Hindsight profits are always the best. Welcome to Dillionaire, Big Dill. You just trying to get more songs out of me? Thank you so much, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Hit me up if you need me to get you added to the country club. If I have hindsight profits, I'd still be broke. Thank you so much, Nuke. Welcome to Cornish on Nans. Give Nuke a shout out. I found a hindsight profit. There you go. Nice. You could have bought 50 million cum rocket with that money instead. Here, I'll make more Cornishons. Damn, I got everyone. Do I need to SO you? I don't know what that means. This is bullshit. This has just become a downtrend. What time is it? 3:25. Which fucking calls sold off? Oh, the 45.15s. Someone's getting some 50.95 puts. Or selling 50.95. I'm actually not sure. One of the two. Blessed by Papa Gherkin himself. God guide you, dear leader. Does all of the March charm reverse if we break below 5K? That'd be really bearish. What's your favorite food? Eggplant parmesan. Made by me. We got some free call spreads around 51.10. I'd like to go in the money. Oh, man. Interesting. Correlation's breaking down pretty hard right now. It'll completely reverse today. Yields are stabilizing again. Dollar is moving back up a little bit. Yes, broke down through the bear flag, but it's sitting at the long-term support here, which is basically exactly at 5100. This is probably more important than the 0 DT positioning on SPX. As far as momentum goes, I feel like downside should be bottoming out here a little bit. God, that looks fucking bearish. Ooh, Nvidia slipped VWAP. I don't know. Out of the money calls are still too expensive. IV's ridiculous. There's still a lot of risk premium priced into tomorrow, too. And Friday. Fucking testimony and non-farm. Anyway. The correlation index is a CBOE index. I think it's like, I think they have like 1, 3, 6, 9, and a year. So I guess it's technically 5 different indexes. But it uses the spread and index implied vol and average single stock basket component implied vol. So it takes the implied volatility of a basket of stocks. And then index IV. And it measures the spread. Why is that not working? Hold on. Did I accidentally turn off Epic Pen? Son of a bitch. Oh, there it goes. It's not fucking worth it either. Mhm. That can't be right. Oh, wow. Jesus fucking Christ. The out of the money calls $4? No wonder we're not going up. Oh. Sorry. Ooh, that is cheaper now. But it's not cheap enough. Interesting. So if I sell the 105, 110, where would the MM like this to close? Like 107? 5107? You're saying earlier that GME FTDs are being covered through the ETF rather than the underlying. No. I said that the underlying wasn't showing any signs of short covering, only the ETF was. If you get friend requests from fake Gherk, please report them. But that's generally all we can do to manage that. Ooh. That's kind of spicy. The 1015? Huh. That's just going up, too. This is the way. Bull's gonna bull. Yeah. Kind of just a question of how hard. I kind of want to try to maximize profit on this, but if I sell another spread, since Dork's not here, I can do whatever I want. Then I create a mini, like a little mini condor. Ooh, I like that. You need to maximize profits so you can buy Dork an actual risk desk and scoff at the price. You selling zero DTE spreads? Yeah. An iron seagull. Wait, you spelled that like... Never mind. Maybe that was intentional. I moved my 401k to bonds this AM for the time being. Wait for a pullback. I moved my 401k to Vega puts. I started my Beyond position. Wish me luck. Alright. Alright, what's positioning look like for tomorrow? You guys have 401ks? Starting to get a lot of puts below spot. Not a lot of calls. Building a decent amount of straddles at the money, but the 10 and the 15 calls haven't really filled in yet. So we might see some more like 105, 110, 115 call buying as the long side of the straddles or strangles move into place. I moved my 401k to Bobby because they're both imaginary. Are those dipshits still trying to convince people that Bobby is gonna be their big payday? My wife thought her 401k was 100% allocated to Target, and it was just a Target date fund. Nice. Oh yeah, if we test 5110, I'm definitely selling these fucking calls. What if I only sell two? Oh, it's even better. A little less profit, though. None of the Bobby DD has ever been proven wrong. That's because it's bullshit. You can't prove made up things incorrect. They're fictional to begin with. Why would it be a good idea to go long a ticker on reg show threshold, assuming 1, it's a small float, 2, it hasn't hulked yet, 3, 1/3 of the float is short, 4, no volume yet. Because whatever fails exist on it can just be netted off. Oh, come on, one more pumpy. Yeah, there we go. So close. 10 minutes left. Hold on. Oh. 10:15's picking up a little bit. Okay. Getting a lot of mixed signals there. That's going apeshit. Okay. Hmm. Imaginary gains are still fun. Yeah, they closed some calls, but there's still plenty left. What they're doing now is buying a lot more 105s and 110s, and they're buying them for tomorrow, too. Just need to get a little bit more vol shorting in. Another bounce. You just talked to Kathy and HR. I don't know what you did. Thought tomorrow's flat to down. Then if JPOW doesn't say anything crazy, we rip Friday. I mean, tomorrow's probably mostly flat. Although I will say put interest is picking up a bit to the downside of 5,100. There we go. More pump. This isn't enough. I've done it. I can't believe those filled at $1.50. I've done my best, and I think I may have accomplished it. I have created the Iron Centaur. I can't believe I'm alive to witness this. Lisan Al-Gaib. Well, that's it. You can shut the stream off forever. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. No, no, no. Nobody can ever do this again. This is a one time only deal. I feel like the centaur position can only have 4 legs. Well, it's got 8, so I guess, well, it does have 4 legs. It's a butterfly and a condor. So, technically, 4 legs. Max profitability! Well, max profitability there. Close. Close to max profitability. Ding ding. The day is done. I'll throw it up one more time, because it's amazing. There it is. The Iron Centaur. Well, max profitability would have been like up here at the head. Instead, we ended up with like more of a rump position. You know, so. But max profitability on the rump, right? No, the saddle's not great. The max loss is wild. It's only $300. I made 1,200 off of it. So 4x risk. It's not bad, right? Anyway. That's over now. We can move on to other things. So futures bounced off the long-term trend, regained the bear flag that had been trading in for most of the day. Bullish positioning coming in at 51.10 and 51.15 for tomorrow, completing the other side of strangles that are pinned at 90 and 85 on the put side. Straddles right in the middle at 5100. Looks like neutral positioning into tomorrow. Very similar to today. I don't think there's going to be a lot to write about tonight, but I'll get all the data out and everything. Broad commodities up 50 points. dollar and yields both down again today. But correlation picked up a little bit before falling into the last like 5 fucking minutes. Starting to see yield on vol get substantially closer each day to that positive level. A lot of people are buying treasuries right now because they're thinking the Fed might cut. I don't think the Fed's going to cut. But they're picking up some vol hedges to protect that portfolio, right? Like you want to go long vol convexity if you're long bonds. And yeah, so we're starting to see a little bit of pressure there. Skew down yesterday. This is yesterday's data. It's always a day behind. VIX cash, VIX future correlation up a little bit today. So probably a decent amount of vol shorting into close. Gold held its high, up 60 points. Oil did not hold the high of the day, but managed to hang on to about half of its gains, closing at 122 up. And then ES 52, NQ 56, Dow 29, and Russell 75, with VIX futures contract in front up 59 points. So yeah, probably a lot more of the same tomorrow. I mean, the prepared statement's going to be exactly the same, right? And then, as long as the senators continue to ask the wrong questions that the Congress did, we shouldn't get too much of a crazy reaction, which really just leaves Friday and NFP for any kind of volatility this week. We did see jolts come in a little softer today, although it's prone to really heavy revisions, so that may not hold. But I think everyone's just going to be looking towards NFP and seeing if NFP indicates that the labor market is still just as hot. If it is, we'll see dollar and yields move up again. If it's not, we'll see them continue to decline. That's about it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope all of you made tons of money off the chop today. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Later, guys.